Hello and welcome to TheoryCraft episode 23. It's down there. You guys can see it. It's down there. 23. Episode 23. It is July the 8th. It's Thursday. It's 1 p.m. exactly. I'm perfectly on time. Perfectly on time. Unlike last week. I was a little bit early last week. And it's going to be some community replay review. What was last week's episode? Oh, it was Night Elf Day. It was Night Elf Day. That was kind of a fun episode, a little bit of a short one. But we did a couple Bottom of the Moon strategies, which is very good. I recommend you play that. If you're a Night Elf player, if you at all struggle in Night Elf Mirror and you do not play Bottom of the Moon, play Bottom of the Moon, man. Play Bottom of the Moon. Bottom can go right to hell, says Fat Russell. First things first, shout out, of course, to the sponsor of the stream, CORSAIR. Exclamation point CORSAIR in the chat. With the coupon code Back to Warcraft, you can get 10% off any purchase at checkout. And there's also, I think, weekly deals where you get 30-40% off, and you can add the coupon code on top of that too, which is kind of cool. So exclamation point CORSAIR, check out the sponsor. They support us. You should go support them. They have really good stuff. As I said last stream, I used their keyboard for like 10 years. And now I got a new one. But I used their keyboard for like 10 years. I don't even know where it is. One sec. It's under my ukulele. Hold up. This is my old keyboard. Look. This is my old keyboard. Look how dirty it is. Look. So go support the people that support us. Their keyboards are really good in particular, and so far no complaints about the rest of the gear. It's really, really nice. Okay, let me put that away. Alright, Stars and Stripes, can you spell it right? Yeah, it's really dirty. I mean, I had that keyboard for a long time. I had that keyboard for a really long time. But yeah, that's that. Alright. That leads me to today's episode. Let's go over to the notepad. Clean it? I don't need to clean it anymore. I got a new one that's super clean. I got a new one. Look how clean this is. Woo, baby. Look how clean it is. It's brand new. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's nice in the last as well. So I was a little bit low on replays this week, and then I reached out to you guys on Discord, reached out to you guys on the Twitter, and I got a bunch of replays. I got, in fact, too many replays to cover today, but who cares? Maybe you just want to do like a 5-hour episode today? Because, I mean, I could do it. Throw the old one. Throw it. I don't know if Corsair's going to be too happy if I throw and break one of their keyboards, even if it's a very old one on stream. But, yeah, just make it 6. Just do a 6-hour episode. I mean, I got the replays. I did say I might play some 1v1 and do one of my own replays, one of my own losses today, but I didn't play any 1v1s. I almost did yesterday. I almost did. But I didn't. Yeah, Lotto you didn't even send me your Hitman one. What if I had no replays? I just showed up today with a burnt pot roast at your front door. It's Thanksgiving. You're not gonna let me in? What the hell, Lotto? One of many. I got 2. I got 2 Hitman victories. But yeah, I got enough. Episode title, of course, today is Community Replay Review July 21st. I did change the title for the community days. It used to be Community Replay Analysis month, year. I'm going to change it to review. Because it's more of a review, because, you know, I could do analysis, I can give you guys hints, but at the end of the day, sometimes the people are sending me in strats that are just their strats. We had that cool Ancient Protector rush on Concealed Hill that one time. We've had some decent strats, which I can't really do analysis on because of your guys' strats. So, you know, I watch a lot of replays for standard, but can't always analyze these strategies. All we can do is watch and enjoy and learn something from them. So we're going to review the replays. We're going to review. Burnt pot roast better than no pot roast? Yep. I got yours, Link. I mean, if you want, I can throw that in at the end if you want, Link. But yeah, we got 6 replays to start today. And then we got a few more if we're feeling spicy towards the end. Where are those? A couple more. Yeah, there they are. We got a couple more if we're feeling Very spicy. All right. So, what are we looking for in these replays, guys? What are we gonna look for? Let me bring up my notepad. Well, the first thing, as I already mentioned it, the main thing we're looking for these replays is, well, first of all, I'll just tell you guys, if you do want to send replays for next month, you can send them at carsonbacktowarcraft.com. You can send them there. Or you can go back discord.backtowarcraft.com. You can go right here. And you can join the TheoryCraft channel. And you can put them there. That's probably the best place to send them, because then you can send them with a little write-up. It's really nice, and I can talk to you about them. I'd say join the Discord. But you can always email me them. That works as well if you don't use Discord. Yeah, you can always email. So that's how you can get replays to me. We do these about once a month. Maybe we'll even start doing these twice a month. Who knows? Maybe twice a month. Who cares? Do them every other week. All right. But what are we going to look for in these replays? Well, I already said one of these things. We're going to be looking for maybe some new strats that we haven't seen before. Right? New strats. We're going to be looking for things to improve on. Right? We're going to be looking for things to improve. Maybe things your opponent could improve at times. Those are the overarching things, but the big things that tie into that would be things maybe like creep routes, build orders. What else would it be? Unit compositions, which are becoming increasingly important in this meta, actually. Those sorts of things. Those are the things we're going to be looking out and pointing out. Things we don't necessarily talk a lot about. Maybe we'll tag them as we go along and just be like, yeah, that's something that happened, but it's not too important. Can anyone tell me what the most important thing to not focus on when analyzing your replay is too hard? In my opinion, but I've said it many times before. What's the number one thing that we shouldn't focus too much on when watching our replays? We should focus on these things. Link, very good, very good. We shouldn't focus on, and I'll cover this in X, like X Demon Slayer X. Micro. Yeah. You guys ever do your old aliases like this? There we go. XX micro XX. There we go. But yeah, because micro is something that really, although there is, if you watched my interview with Thorzan, we talked a lot about this, there is sort of a cognitive side of micro, understanding the steps in which to do things, understanding, armor types, what units to focus with what, how to position yourself before the fights. There is something to, how you think about how to micro, but a lot of the time it just comes down to how well you can execute, and how well you can execute comes down to muscle memory, which comes down to really just grinding games. So there's going to be micro things that happen where people make mistakes. They lose their hero to creeps. Whoopsie. But I can tell you all day, you shouldn't lose your hero to creeps. Right? You shouldn't lead with your Archmage going into a fight against an undead. I can tell you things like that. You should definitely use Serpent Wards on your Shadow Hunter off cooldown. But we all know these things, right? We all know these things. So that's the main thing, that we shouldn't overanalyze, especially when watching our own replays. People can watch the replays and be like, unless you're at a very, very high level, and be like, oh, I just microed bad in this fight, that's why I lost. But unless you're at the top level, there's going to be other things that you're getting wrong, other than just, oh, I mismicroed a little bit in this fight. Right. XXX Dragonflame 69 XXX. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's that. And the cool thing about today is I think we have a lot of different races. Let's see. We got a Night Elf, an Orc, an Undead, an Orc, a Night Elf. No human, but we do have a replay that was submitted from both an Undead and a human side of things. Where you at, humans? Actually, last episode, this kind of works out well. Last episode was all humans for some reason, so we went from all humans, I think literally 100% humans, maybe we had one Undead replay last time, to no humans. So, a little bit of a change up. Hey, Murph Alerf. Murphalurf. Nice. With the raid of 5 people. How's it going? All right, so that's that. Replay 1 will be submitted by Grinchy, who's one of our beautiful patrons. It will be a Night Elf mirror. It'll be on Autumn Leaves. Grinchy himself says he's around 1,400 MMR. Hey, he's part of the community. You guys probably all know him. Night Elf mirror, and what I love about the fact that he submitted a Night Elf mirror replay is because that's what we talked about last week. So if you guys want to submit maybe replays of yourself doing things that we've covered in previous episodes, even if it's to show like, hey, I think you got this wrong, check out this replay of me doing it a little bit different and it working out really well. I think that'd be really cool. And send me a little write-up of, yeah, here's what I did differently from what we saw, and here's how it worked for me, or here's, maybe what I learned from there, and this is it working for me. I think that'd be really, really cool if you could tie it into episodes we did in the past, which Grinchy has done here, as it is a Night Elf mirror. All right, so I'm loading it up. Here we go into replay 1, guys. So, in the top right, we do have the Grinchy, who we will be following. And in the bottom left, we have RCK New, a player I also am aware of. So we'll have to keep our eyes on what the starting heroes, of course, are. We'd expect to see either Demon Hunter or Priestess. We covered all this last week, the 2 most common strategies. Ancient War at the expansion, which actually isn't too uncommon. Those of you that remember the old school Tyrannus stand Night Elf mirrors, where both players would creep their expansion right away and go for immediate expansions with Demon Hunters, not unheard of. Pretty standard. I would call these the 2 most standard places to put your Ancient War. Where else can you put your Ancient War on Autumn Leaves? Right here. Pretty cool spot. Not probably too cool in Night Elf mirror, but against human maybe. Against undead maybe. Against orc maybe. Could see it working. Where else could you put it? Maybe like right here. You can actually put it right here. Although I do think this is just an objectively bad position, because then, I guess you could eat through these trees, but you can put it here though. There's a fun fact for you. There's a fun fact. But yeah, these are the 2 most standard Ancient War positions. We'll see what the starting heroes are for both players. Will we get the Bottom of the Moon mirror? Or will we get a Demon Hunter mirror? Will we get a Bottom versus Demon Hunter? Will we get a Keeper? That'd be a little wacky. Will be a Demon Hunter, but for Grinchy it will be Bottom. Okay, so this is what we covered last week. So let's see if we can notice some things Grinch does differently, and maybe notice some things he can improve on based on what we studied last week. So the most standard way to play this would be for the Ancient War uproot. Of course, you creep this, you grab the item with your Priestess, and then you run straight across the map with Searing Arrow to harass what you're going to find out is the Demon Hunter based off of this Wisp scouting. So that's what I'd like to see initially. And, you can go into Mass Archer, you can go into 1 Ancient War Huntresses, you can go into 2 Ancient War Huntresses. There's a lot of different openers, so we won't say what's objectively the best. The most standard would be 2 Ancient War Huntresses, but with all these openers, we'd still do the same sort of grab the item and then harass with Searing Arrow. Ooh. But you actually don't grab the item or anything. You just go immediately for the harass, which I can only imagine is because RCK New went for the expansion right away, but you're not really going to be able to do too much. You might be able to stop him from getting the trappers, but you can't stop him from getting the item. When you actually go for Owl Scout first, which I can only imagine the reason for this is because you don't want to use too much mana, because you don't want to use too much Moonwell mana. And of course, against the mana burn, you want to be able to counter that, and you want to be able to kill the archers because the shop is a little bit out of position to buy Dust of Appearance early on. But really, I would say the best way to play this, because the only way you're actually able to trade with a Demon Hunter, is to get Searing Arrow first. Which, although you eventually do need to get the aura, and a lot of the time you see Night Elves even prioritize getting level 3 Priestess to get that level 2 aura. Searing Arrow is really the only way you're going to be able to beat this Demon Hunter straight up. That's the only way you can fight him, you can trade with him, and although you're going to use a lot of Moonwell mana yourself, you can kite and you can do a lot of damage to the demon. But with Outscout first, you're using this because you might be able to get an archer kill with it, but you're never really going to get the opportunity to do so because you just don't have the damage. A little unfortunate there. Could maybe get a block in to save it. I think if you did block, you probably would have been able to save the archer, but just a little unfortunate. Not the end of the world. I'd say the other things have been bigger deals than that archer loss.
The town is under siege.
But you did do one thing successfully, and that was you stopped him from creeping this, which was kind of your plan there, so that works out. Okay, it is what seems to be one Ancient War Huntresses. Okay.
A player's forces are under attack.
Which is similar to a style we saw Moon do last week on replay number 3. Except he did it with a second Ancient War, and then he teched, played Solo Priestess, and went into Mass Archers, and just sort of crept the whole map. Whereas you're doing a more aggressive style right now. You're doing a more aggressive style, but you're also teching behind it. So you're sort of in between two strategies. Moon style was very passive. The Laliat style, or the Mass Archer all-in style, was very aggressive with Searing Arrow. But now you're sort of being aggressive, but you don't really have much of a follow-up with this. And you're also not creeping, so you're not going to have the hero advantage. You're not going to have the economic advantage to really pull ahead and supply like Moon did in that Concealed Hill replay. So again, you're kind of in between two strategies. Maybe a last hit here. Boop. Oh, close. This all would have gone a lot easier had you gone Searing Arrow and had you crept this item before coming over. And then just leave your archer to finish up the rest of the creeps. Tier 2 on the way. Ultravision, good. I like that you got that early. As soon as that Huntress Hall is done, you should always immediately get it. It's going to be an expansion. Ooh, expansion, okay. So we're playing the economic game. And again, it's just very hard to trade with this Demon Hunter if you don't have Searing Arrow. So you kind of just have to run around at all times. What this Owl does for you, though, which is kind of cool, is it does allow your expansion to be a little bit safer because you're always aware of the Demon Hunter's position. One thing your opponent has not done perfectly, I would say, is he has a Wisp in position here, right? But he is not scouted to see, what am I up against? Is he tier 1 still? Which would indicate a Mass Huntress all in with Ancient Protectors, which he could also be aware of is not happening because he only sees one Huntress currently. Another thing he hasn't scouted for is there an expansion going up? If he is teching, is he building Mass Archers? Is he going to Lores? Is he going into Archer Talon? There's a lot of things this Wisp could gain for your opponent, and it would also allow him to not have to build this Ancient Protector, which would help out a whole lot. Because he's building it when his tech is about to be finished. He might only be able to afford one lore when his tech is done. He's also building the shop very early, which is generally what you do against Mass Huntresses. It seems like your opponent is very afraid of the standard style because he's lost to it a lot on ladder. Maybe. But the fear is enough to allow you to get the expansion up. Which isn't always going to be the case, though. We cannot rely on the fact that our opponent has a little bit of PTSD from Mass Huntress all-ins so that they won't be aggressive on you and find your expansion. We shouldn't have to rely on that. So we have to find other ways to get our expansion up. What are those other ways? Maybe actually going into 2 Ancient War Huntresses and being able to have the map control at this stage to defend the expansion. Because if your opponent came across the map right now with a Naga at tier 2 and these archers he already has, he would just straight up win a fight and he would cancel the expansion. But he isn't aware of this because not until now has he actually scouted that you were teching all the time. So the expansion works out this time, but only because your opponent was scared of the unknown. Going to a second age to war, that's good. Probably into mass archers at tier 2. With either, you can go solo priestess here, or you could go a Naga. Both would work. But pretty clean so far, all things considered. Okay, it will be the Naga, and then these will start to build archers. Would like to see a little bit more priority on creeping as well. Because one thing you're always going to see with these priestess players at the top level, they're going to be highly prioritizing getting level 3 Potom. So even creeping this, when you're waiting for the tree life to move over, instead of this little move towards the middle again, buying the Naga instead with a Wisp, perhaps, you could have got a little bit closer to level 3 Potom. Oh, that item's going to be stolen, and the last hit's stolen. That's a little rough. And again, like I said, if your opponent just wants to walk across the map at this stage and sort of just fight you, he can. You imagine if right now he also had a Naga himself, which he could afford, had he not gone for the tier 3 and the immediate double lore, right? He could even afford it almost right now. And he had a staff on his Demon Hunter, which he could have already bought. He has a Naga here. He staffs the Demon Hunter out, heals up, and comes back. You lose, 2 Huntresses here, almost 3. This expansion is just dead. Which is why I say this expo might work, because you're actually going to force the Demon Hunter to TP here because of the Naga. But you're just not in a position to actually win a fight at any stage. So this is really like, if your opponent knows that you're doing this strategy, he has a way of just killing your expansion or not allowing it to ever sort of root. So I'd take a much safer approach to getting this expansion and just go for the double ancient war huntresses, and also prioritize a little bit more for creeping, searing arrow. But how things have worked out so far, your opponent didn't scout the expansion. He played a little bit passive with the AP in the early shop. He didn't get a Naga or a staff when he pushed over, and now his Demon Hunter is going to have to TP. Because these things happen this way, your expo is actually going to work out. But it's only because there was a couple of mistakes from your opponent. Hey, Gabiro Samai with the 10 months. He's on an 8-month streak. Thank you very much. The Demon Hunter actually dies? My lord. Okay, well, that's even better.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, 100 size the creep, which actually isn't too bad because you prefer to use your Moonwell mana on something else. Okay, you have Owl Scout, so there should be no information that gets past you. So what you should be scouting for is, what is his tech like? Is he going for Mass Dryads? Is he even teching to tier 3? Is he counter-expanding? At the expo, he's already crept. There should be no information that you miss because you went for the Owl Scout. You should definitely see if he's counter-expanding. But while you're seeing that, you should just be power creeping at this stage as well. Oh, don't forget the tome. Don't forget the tome. Yeah, this is good. You can creep this. The cool thing about expoing to these camps on Autumn Leaves is you actually have a lot of camps close by to keep your expansion safe if there is a push. So you can creep this. You can creep this camp. You can even creep this if you want to. Whereas if you expand at this camp, there's actually not a lot of creeps nearby. Like, if you're going to creep this, you're actually pretty out of position to defend an expansion if he wants to come and cancel the Entangled Goldmine or something. Whereas if you're creeping this, you're definitely going to see him walking by unless he goes, like, the tricky route. Which is why I like this top left. Well, one of the reasons I like the top left expansion.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, you do have range. You need to get +1 and a tier 3 tech underway. Of course, you need marksmanship on your archers. Also, this strat is going to be really nice with orbs at this spot because you don't have Searing Arrow. So getting double orb should be a big priority as well at this stage. Okay, good scout. You're going to see if he's counter-expanding at all. You see 2 dryads. You're going to see a bear, so you know what's going on. So at this stage, we just gained a lot of information. We just gained a whole lot of information right here. We just saw, let me go to your vision. So we just saw a bear, we saw 2 dryads, we saw him running up. We passed by here, we saw no counter expansion. We're about to see a tier 3 tech completed in the main base. So we can probably assume that our opponent is planning to not counter expand and instead just push our expansion. Right? Which is going to be a little bit rough, actually, because our expansion just got up. So we kind of have 2 options. We could try to prepare here. We could build, for instance, an AP, maybe a shop here. We could not tech to tier 3 and, you know, spam archers. If we were close to breaking upkeep, we would definitely break upkeep here. We could do that, or, which is the really nice thing about going for mass huntresses before going into the archers. In this case, Grinch only went for 3 huntresses. But say, for instance, you went for the more standard approach, still with the same expansion timing. You could still tech behind it, all that good stuff. But instead you went for like 6 or 8 huntresses. In this position, you see him running up, you see no counter expansion, you see a tier 3 tech. What do? You could just push. You can kill the AP, you can start killing the main. He's going to run over here and maybe be able to kill your expansion, but he's going to take damage himself. And since you're not really in a position to actually fight right now, especially with this army against bears, against possibly an orb. Let's see, does he have orb? Yeah, he does have orb. So this is going to be extremely difficult to win this fight. You could just immediately run down to his main base. That's something you're not able to do with just archers. Because not only are they slower, but also they're very bad at sieging buildings. So this is a tough position. So you almost have to try to defend this expansion, but I don't know how you can. You could build an AP. You could break upkeep. You could go heal up and get, you know, maybe an invuln, another heal scroll. It's very difficult for you to get the means to defend this expansion right now. You're getting +1 attack. Tier 3 tech in this case would be a mistake. I think just getting staff and breaking upkeep right away would be good. And of course, you're going to have to pull all the boys from the main base. You're going to have to pull every wisp right now. You might even have to pull these wisps off, because the main thing you should be worried about getting rid of is rejuve once that next bear comes in. Where's this next bear? Here it is. That's another rejuve on the Demon Hunter, in which case we need wisps in position. We also need wisps to get rid of the roar. Ideally on all the archers. So pulling wisps here would also be a good move. You got the staff. I think even buying a potion maybe. And of course, like I said, breaking upkeep, which you're close to doing right now, immediately would be good. And then I think the best move to hold this push, assuming you have the wisps in position to deal with the rejuvenation, is probably just to focus the Demon Hunter with everything. Just focus the Demon Hunter. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be tough to hold, though. Oh, Cold Arrow's not on. Focusing the bear, which is killing this bear really going to hold this for you? No, the only way you hold this is to force a TP on the Demon Hunter. Again, if you had a wisp here to detonate, it would be tough because he's running away while doing it, but definitely detonate the rejuve as soon as you can. See, again, focusing the bear, but is killing these bears going to hold this for you? No. You might force the TP here, though. Okay, that's good. So you do successfully defend. And now again, you need to be scouting immediately. You have the Owl Scout. You chose to go Owl Scout and not Searing Arrow, so you have to be using it as proactively as possible. Pretty much always have an Owl Scout either following his Demon Hunter by move commanding on the Demon Hunter, or checking, is he going for an expansion? Is he pushing me again? You imagine if you sent one immediately right here, what would we see? Well, nothing quite yet. We'd see at least that he built a keeper, that he's not immediately pushing, and we'd see that he has no counter expansion quite yet. which means maybe he's choosing to just continue to all-in us. So stay on tier 2 and just keep pumping archers in this case. Get another heal scroll, get an invuln, maybe another TP. Whatever we can afford, because he's probably going to try to break our expansion once more. Okay, Alskel going over. And just continue to creep. Getting level 3 Potom would be extremely valuable to get that level 2 aura right now. But I think even again, just creeping something safe, like you're choosing to creep very aggressively, you chose to creep this lab, which would be good in most cases. But in the case that you're trying to really defend this expansion, and you're just trying to hold on, I think creeping a little safer, one of these green camps close by. Now he's starting to get a lot of bears, so it's tough to sort of transition. There were some things we could go into, like maybe like winds, going to Hippo Riders, or like if you did tier 3 tech, maybe like hiding a Chim Roost or something. But in this case, like seeing as though he's just pushing you, having pure archer in this position is not too bad. I think if you had just, when he backed off and like scouted with the Owl Scout, yeah, you get all the information you would have, but not gone so aggressive and just instead, as soon as he TP's out, just creep this, maybe creep this even. You get level 3 Potom and level 3 Naga. Those would be very, very valuable level ups for this. And again, breaking upkeep right away, pulling wisps, probably not tech in tier 3, and as long as he's not counter expanding, know that all we have to do is hold on and we win.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
But yeah, now we're 2-2. We only now broke upkeep. And we're teching tier 3 behind this, but we're not going to get any value out of the tier 3. So yes, as Implication said in the chat, you need to counter those bears, but you do need to eventually counter the bears, but for now we just need to try to hold. We just need to try to not die. And die, we're going to.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Because I don't think necessarily the Mass Archers is a bad style. Like, you could say maybe going to Lords would be better. Getting a Wind up for Talons would probably be a decent choice in this situation. I think that would actually be a really good choice, getting a win.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
But just being aware more so that all you have to really do is defend this expansion and you win the game is probably most important. Because, like, he might be expanding now. He might be expanding now, but only because he's so far ahead. Whereas if he hadn't had such a great fight here, he probably wouldn't be. Yeah, he has now. But that's only because he's so secure in the game. Whereas, you know, if he hadn't done so much damage in this fight, killed so many archers, had such a big lead, had such strong heroes with a double orb, he wouldn't have been able to build this because you could just march across the map and probably kill it yourself. What's up, AKM? How's it going?
Our warriors have engaged.
But yeah, I think a very big thing would probably be a single Ancient of Wind. Would probably be great to mix in with this strat. Still the 2 Ancient War Archers. Archers are still the main priority of your army. But getting like 4 or 5 Talons would be really, really helpful in this position. Because there's your counter to the bears. Done easily and done even on tier 2 if you do need to hold this sort of pressure. Also using wisps more actively, which I guess you have been a little bit, but getting rid of the roar can be very important. And the rejuve especially. And I think focusing you see this very commonly with Mass Archer styles. Focusing the Demon Hunter pretty much exclusively. This has been the style for like years. back in the day in like Mass Archer, Demon Hunter mirrors. All they do is just focus each other's Demon Hunters. And that's really the big strength of the Searing Arrow, as well as the Naga, is that you can just force this Demon Hunter away, and then you can just kite the bears, and it makes it really easy on you. But you seem to be ignoring the Demon Hunter in a lot of these fights, and he's just kind of killing everything with the orbs.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
1 2 1 2 1 2 hotkeys. GG is called. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there. There's a bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. So what are some big? There's a lot in there to take. So it's a cool strat, right? It's a cool strat. I think it would definitely work. So the basis of the strat is pot him, play aggressive off 1 Ancient War Huntresses, get a tech underway, and get an expansion up, and play off 2 bases with Mass Archers. Some adjustments that could be made. The first thing would be to AOW creep, grab item, and then harass. And when we harass, we're going to harass with Searing Arrow, because it also is very difficult to trade with the Demon Hunter. Everything else is fine, although one suggestion I would make that would probably help out would be, instead of playing this 3 hunt tech, which is kind of almost an old school style, like Remind used to play this on like Twisted Meadows, 3 hunt tech into lores, without an Ancient War creep they used to build in their base. But one thing, what I would suggest would be play standard 2 Ancient War Huntresses into like 6 to 8 Huntresses, but you can still tech behind it. What you can use the 2nd Ancient War for, if you're not pumping Huntresses because you can't afford it because you're teching with some of that gold as well, is you can Ancient War creep 2 different spots. This will allow you to get level 3 Potom much earlier. But what the hunts allow you to do is they give you the option for a counterattack, and they also sell the fact that you're going for an all-in more deeply. Because RCK knew bit on the fact that maybe you were going to Huntress all in him because he saw 1 hunt. But not every player is just going to think, oh, I see 1 Huntress, I see a Priestess, I need to play super defensive and build an AP in my base. A lot of Night Elves are going to scout your base, see your tacking, scout the expansion early, see that's going up, and be like, wait, what the hell? I'm just going to play super greedy and even have a cleaner timing against your expansion. So this will sell the fact that you're all-inning him more and give more safety to your tech and your expansion, and it will also give you the option for a counterattack if you go for 2 Ancient War Huntresses. Then when you reach tier 2, I don't think there was any issues there. 2 Ancient War Archers with a Naga 2nd. Your expansion was well-timed. If you're going to get all-in, you should stay on tier 2, I would say, and probably get an Ancient of Wind. So stay tier 2 plus Ancient of... plus, I'll just say a Wind, because AOW and AOW. The Wind will allow you to counter these sort of bear all-ins, and staying tier 2 will allow you, if you need to break upkeep early, to do so. And instead of using that Owl Scout, to just use Wisps more proactively. Wisps can do everything that Owl Scout was doing. The Owl Scout makes it a lot easier, but Searing Arrow is kind of a crucial part of the early game, I would say. You can retrain later on to Owl Scout, which is something we see really commonly, but that's not until you get up to tier 3. You can retrain to Owl Scout and Aura, and then get an Orb. You play competitively? No, I don't play competitively. No. Because competitively would be like tournaments and such. I haven't played tournaments for quite a while. And when I did play tournaments, I wasn't that successful, I'll tell you that much. But, nope. Don't really play too much myself. I just watch a lot of games, mostly. Not a dumb question, though. What else would there be? What else would there be? I would say focusing the Demon Hunter more. Definitely this could be a point that would be disputed by Night Elf mains. Sure, I'll take that. I'll take that to the bank, but that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it. Focus the Demon Hunter more. Keep focusing the Demon Hunter. Unless he's got a Healthstone and a Greater Heal and an Ankh and an Invalm and a Staff to staff back, I think you just focus that Demon Hunter. Yeah, for sure, Pookster. That's a great point. Carson DreamHack Legend. Yeah, I did almost come top 16 at a LAN once. Almost. I was one best of 3 away. You compete playfully on occasion. I think those are the main takeaways for sure. I think those are the main takeaways. And again, just be aware, is your opponent counter expanding or is he all-inning me? And how do I react to those things? If he's counter expanding, do I have the map control, the army, the strength currently to just kill the counter expansion? Then go ahead and do that. But if I don't, then you can just go into tier 3 and go for that ultimate 3/3 archers with tri-hero, triple orb sort of style that I imagine you're going for late game. Yeah, for sure, Pookster. Yeah, that's the main thing, because you can know everything about the game, which there are some people that like coach. For instance, Asian players they've had coaches in the past, but their coaches weren't always the best players. Why is that? Because the mechanics are like 95% of this game, and the knowledge is about 5% of them. I got the boomer hands. And that's probably true with a lot of the top tier coaches as well for a lot of the pro players. Like, for instance, Foggy has a coach, but I've never seen his games before, but he had a coach. I don't think he does anymore, but he had a coach, and he used to help Foggy, but he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Foggy, I'm sure. Yeah, that's an interesting point for sure. Yeah, I think that's everything. That's a cool strat, though. I appreciate the submission that relates to last week, Grinchy. That's a great submission. Appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't think about the whole Ancient of Wind until the end, but I think the Ancient of Wind would be a good little thing to throw in there, just by default, if you're going to play the Mass Archers, against Demon Hunter at least. Just so you're ready for if they're going to go for a bear bust on your Expo. Alright. There's replay 1. Replay 2 is also from one of our beautiful patrons. It's from Nemoc. He was an Orc player. Oh, I didn't write down his MMR. What is it? 1200 MMR. Sorry if I got that wrong, Nemoc. Currently around 1200. Yeah, okay. I didn't write it down, but I did put it in my little picture in game. So this will be on Northern Isles, Orc against Human. Dope. Pretty dope. Let's check it out. Here we go. Boo, 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 boo. See, I got it. I got it down here. Look, I got it. All right. Here's our boy Nemoc. Bottom left and the top right, we do have Alchemist. Oh, is he going for Pally Rifles? Ooh, this is gonna be a fun one. All right, Pally Rifles. Every Orc player's greatest fear is Talons and Pally Rifles. Let me tell you that. Let me tell you. A terrifying strategy, but there are some common errors against Pally Rifles. And let's see if any of those happen. Now, I sort of have my own philosophy, which some people have disagreed with in the past when I've sort of casted games of Orc against Pally Rifles. I hate Breakers and Sorks even more. Heary, yeah. But the one thing that I've sort of stood by against Pally Rifles that some people maybe have disagreed with is at tier 2. Of course, you're going to go for Farseer Headhunters, which is nothing to be done about. That is the standard opener against Human commonly. Maybe it's the standard opener against every race nowadays, right, guys? So you'll go for 6 Headhunters, and then you'll transition once you hit tier 2 and your TC comes out. One thing you see very commonly is people at tier 2, they put down a Bestiary. What's the Bestiary for? Well, you Raiders, of course, can be very strong to cancel the Blood Mage's Siphon. It's, of course, good to lock things down, but it can be countered by Banish. And Kodo is useful as well out of the Bestiary, but it's not very good against rifles. Right, so what I prefer is to skip that Bestiary and instead really prioritize just getting a lot of 2/2 grunts on tier 2 and a 40 supply expo. Now, there is a world in which the Human can do that Chaimiko style, if you guys saw those replays. If you haven't seen them, I think that's what I'm going to do next week for Human Day. If he does decide to go for that Chainmiko style and actually go for an all-in with like a couple of priests and, you know, like just an early push at tier 2 with like 5 rifles, you just cancel the expo. But the main thing would be to prioritize, go more grunt heavy, skip the bestiary, and just get 2-2 very early. I'd say is in my opinion the best way to play against it. Now the harass doesn't change too much, but you can almost be more passive with this sort of harass. Because it's even more helpful to stop the paladin from leveling than it is an archmage from leveling. An archmage can be happy with just level 2. Archmage could be happy with just level 2. So the point of harassing the Archmage is if he gets level 3, he's going to come cancel your tier 2 and kill your buildings, or kill your burrows, rather. But, you know, if the human player, from Alchemist's perspective right now, if he's able to get level 2 Archmage, he's happy because he has Aura, his Mountain comes out, he solo creeps the MK. It's totally fine. But with the Paladin, Alchemist is thinking, I really need to get level 3. I really need to get level 3. So all you have to do is stop him from creeping. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to do economic damage. You don't necessarily have to get every last hit. You just have to slow him down enough that he's not going to be level 3. So you could be even more passive. You just want to be careful to not invest too much health, not invest too much mana, and just wait for him to commit to a creep camp and then just poke away. Slow him down, poke away. Hey, thank you to Pungent Stink for the Prime for 13 months. Appreciate you. So the big thing here would be to not overcommit. I see a mistake. Who sees a mistake here? Not from Nemoc, but from the human player. What's a mistake? What is a mistake here? Almost sounded like a philosophical question. What is a mistake? But what's the mistake? Anyone see a mistake? Human players, where are you at? Now, if this was Blade Master meta from 2014, I wouldn't say this is a mistake. Yeah, for sure. The farm positioning, you could say, is poorly placed. Like, these farms could maybe be up front, but the big thing is the tower positioning. Yeah, the whole sort of base build's a little bit off. The big thing, however, is, and this is a common mistake I see, people want to put their tower far forward as a human player. Like, let's even say the farms are up front, right? There's one slot into the base, so there's a farm blocking here, there's a farm right here, one slot into the base. Maybe you would look at this and be like, it's acceptable, but the tower being far forward, the idea with this is people want to use this tower to actually defend if they're taking a fight like right here, or defend if the orc pushes their base or something. They want to use it as an actual like fighting tool. But the main thing for this tower, and what you should really think of it is, it's just the means to stop the orc from constantly sending wolves into your peasant line the entire game, so that you don't have to always call militia, so you don't have to play super defensive. All this tower is doing, and this tower should be placed right here, for those of you wondering, all this tower is doing is just stopping the orc from sending wolves into your base over and over and over again. And this tower, although it's going to be great because it's going to help, you know, Alchemist get further out of his base, and maybe, you know, if the militia are coming back from a creep camp, it'll help. It'll hit the Farseer a couple times. But really, once there's like 3-4 headhunters, even if this tower is upgraded already, it's just going to get killed by the headhunters. Yeah, it doesn't even defend the workers either, so this is particularly badly placed. But sometimes we'll even see, like in a standard game, human players put their tower like right there, maybe, which, you know, that would defend these peasants. But even right there, you imagine like the headhunters could just come and kill it as well. But whereas if it's right here, it's very difficult for the headhunters to get in range to just kill that tower, and it's defending all the peasants beautifully. So you just want to make sure this tower is safe. Alchemist is our opponent's name, which might be a little bit confusing, but that's our opponent's name. If it was earlier, it would not be vulnerable and could not be positioned as it is closer or close to the town hall, because it would finish before headhunters come. So, Thursday, do you think that it's good aggressive like this? This is too aggressive, obviously. But do you think that it's good in even a standard game or with Pally Rifles to be more aggressive if it isn't canceled? Would you say? I know this is obviously a small point, and we're trying to analyze the orc's point of view here, but, you know, still interesting. But yes, you know, even if the tower could be a little bit aggressive still, it should definitely be like probably here maximum maybe. Which is going to be a weakness. I play it aggressively with pally rifles, to be honest. Okay, but I put it up really early. Okay. So Thorzane does play with an aggressive arcane tower, but he ensures that it does not get cancelled once the first, here's the first, headhunter comes in. Okay, cool. Very cool. Okay, this is good, putting damage on the paladin. But remember what we're trying to do here. All we're trying to do is just stop the paladin from creeping. We don't need to worry about doing economic damage. We can maybe force some holy light. Sure, that's good. But all we're trying to do is be as efficient with our health, with our mana, with our wolves, and not feed experience, and not overcommit to something that doesn't matter. All we're trying to do is stop this paladin from creeping while we buy time for our tech back at home. That should be our main focus right here. Because I see so many Farseer Headhunter players nowadays, particularly against human, act as though they need to get some sort of damage done. And here we see the weakness of the forward arcane. It does get up, but it's being forced to be repaired now. They're so focused on I need to get damage done, I need to get damage done. They think as though the point of the Headhunters is to get damage done in the early game. But it's not. It's not. You can get damage done in the early game, but also the main strength of the Headhunters is really you can power creep super fast and safe. And you can more easily deny the human player from creeping themselves. It's not necessarily to kill footmen, or in this case, kill rifles, kill peasants. It's not about that. But still, we've stopped the human from creeping, so our main goal has been accomplished, I would say. And our health is very, very good as well. Ooh, he's going for the double forward arcane. Look at this. This guy's a madman. But see, these here are really not efficient trades because he can just do exactly that. He can just Holy Light, and now we've traded almost half of our Farseer health. And we have, what, one Headhunter, I think? Maybe even two. We have one Headhunter that's very low. So these aren't the best of trades for us because, again, we're just trying to be in his face as long as possible. Particularly against pally rifles. But this is still pretty good, I mean. But don't get too aggressive, it's totally fine. We don't need to rush anything. That paladin's low, he's still gonna be low when you wake up tomorrow, you know? Don't worry about nothing. Now the tier 2 we just saw finish. Let's see back at home. Remember what I saw earlier? Or what I said earlier? Okay, troll regen. Is this the 6th headhunter? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5? Did he miss macro a headhunter? There should be 6 headhunters by now. Unless I'm missing something. Neither here nor there. Doesn't matter. 6 headhunters. Yeah, I would say, yeah, it is quite difficult, these sort of early games, for sure. Now, there could be a differing opinion on this, but I do not like bestiary at least this early against pally rifles. I just prefer get those grunts out after the 6 headhunters and just prioritize 2/2 upgrades on the grunts as early as you can and just shamans. That's how I prefer it. But all things considered, this harass has gone pretty well. The paladin's very low. You forced him to build a shop early. Right, yeah. I'll read this, actually. This is cool. Thorzane says, if you are 2,000 MMR plus, you can abuse the range advantage of headhunters and the mana efficiency advantage of the wolves. 500 HP for 75 mana versus 200 mana, or 200 health for 65 mana as human, to slowly drain the paladin out of mana. Right. But yeah, if you're in lower league, you're just going to feed the human lots of experience with wolves and take a lot of damage, for sure. Yeah. So I'd say definitely, if you're at the higher levels, you can push those advantages and try to trade, which you will see at the highest level. They'll constantly be trading hits, especially in Archmage. It's a very important thing with the early game, just in a standard Archmage footman against Farseer Headhunter's game, about how you trade health and what you focus and when you actually commit to fights and stuff like that. But in this case, I'd say our main priority should just be, let's keep our Farseer and Headhunters healthy, and let's stop the Paladin from creeping and not feed him wolves, I think would be the biggest thing to focus on until you're at the, until you sort of can mechanically trade as efficiently as Thorzane is saying, for sure. But yeah, I would say that Orc would definitely have the advantage in this situation. Okay, TC comes out. See, and in this situation, if we would ideally like to have a very high hit point Farseer, like 400 hit points, 350 hit points, ideally. And then we'd like to continue to be in his face while we go back and creep with our Tauren Chieftain. What are we going to creep with our Tauren Chieftain, you might ask? Probably the expansion or the Tuskars, but immediately. And then again, 40 supply expansion, which might be a disputable thing. Maybe some people would say just play one base, but I like 40 supply expansion. Yeah, this is a fine camp to take early on. I'd say this isn't too unheard of, but the Farseer should be on top of the Paladin, who is probably getting away with this or this right now. Let's check what he's creeping. Yeah, he just crept this, and the Paladin's level 2. He's level 2 because he managed to kill 3 wolves earlier on. Oh, that was you? Yeah, that was a fun game, dude. Yeah, were you the human that killed all my archers with Blizzard and Clap? I should have never TP'd to my teammate in that 2v2, man. I lost like 60 supply archers to 1 Clap. But see, now he's level 2. The Farseer this whole time, in a perfect world, should be on top of the Paladin, which may alone not be able to stop the Paladin from creeping. Yes. But it would be able to slow him down and force Holy Lights the entire time. Yeah, you were the human? Yeah, that Blizzard Clap combo, bro. Yeah, that was a fun game. Yeah, I like to play some trolly 2v2s on BNet on occasion. That's to keep myself entertained. One other thing I would say, it's not too important to salve Headhunters like this. Like this Headhunter, for instance, was very low, so it's worth a salve. But this Headhunter, you're going to have Troll Regen. You already do, in fact, have Troll Regen, and you're going to be creeping your TC up to 3 anyway. So it's not too important to use the salves, right? This has been the biggest mistake, though, I'd say, not being on top of that Paladin literally the entire time. Which is difficult to do. Yes, it's very tricky. But there's Orc against Human for you. You gotta be on top of him with the Farseer. Because maybe he's creeping, was he creeping his Tuskars now? Okay, he's creeping a little bit safe. But still, like, you know, he has enough space that he could be creeping this, he could be creeping this, he could have even crept the lab. So you're essentially giving him enough space to have gotten level 3 on his Paladin already. And, you know, this whole time, your Farseer was obviously rightfully so, giving the TC all the experience, but definitely could have slowed him down quite a bit. And more importantly, you could have stopped him from being able to take big risks with the Paladin. So he would have been having to creep these little green camps like he has been, but you would have been able to stop him from taking this, taking this, taking this. So it's really the biggest mistake so far. And also the Bestiary. Like, if you had skipped the Bestiary, you could have already probably had 1-1 grunts. Won't talk about micro errors. Like I said, it's not a big deal. Definitely happens. The most important thing is you've gotten some very valuable camps so far. And you got the heal scroll invuln. I'd say these creep camps you chose to go for are totally fine. Just your Farseer should be not here currently. Unfortunate to have lost 2 Headhunters here, but that's totally alright. Now, your number one priority should definitely just be to get level 3 TC, so continuing to creep on your side of the map, I'd say was the better choice right here. And then, if your Farseer is on top of him, if he goes for something extremely greedy, you can go and creepjack him, right? Like, if he calls Militia and creeps this, and your TC is just finishing up the marketplace, you can go there and creepjack him because you know he's at a disadvantage. But in this case, you don't really have that information, so you should just be creeping your TC up as much as you can. And trying to find him with at least the wolves. If not the Farseer, at least trying to find him with the wolves. Do we have grunt upgrades? Not yet. And see, we just really don't have a good counter to rifles yet. We have 2 grunts, 0 upgrades. There's just not really a good counter. Yeah, definitely, if not being on top of them with the Farseer the entire time, definitely sending wolves out. Okay, forcing the TP, that's good. This is enough to actually squeeze out level 3 for the TC if you run your Farseer away, which would be a good play here, because then you could continue to be aggressive. But I think you're gonna be a tiny bit shy of level 3. And the reason why I like to, because remember we pointed out when you crept this camp first and then you crept this, which I think is a totally fine decision. Taking these aggressive camps with Farseer Henners, just like when you're on Last Refuge and you take both shops at this stage, or, you know, Echo Isles, you take the Marketplace and the Goblin Shop, just like you do on this map. I think these are fine choices at that position in the game, but the reason why I say I think this might be the best camp to creep first or second is not because you need to necessarily expand right away, but because it gives you the option to expand, for instance, right now. You're definitely stronger than him. You just forced him to Town Portal. You could have gotten level 3 Tauren Chieftain if you pulled your Farseer away. You have Heal Scroll, Invuln, Clarity. You have your TP still. This is a position where you could be aggressive on him, maybe even take a fight in his base, although a little bit spooky. But, like, look at his army right now. So this is definitely a position where, because you had already cleared out in this hypothetical, this expansion, you could just expand because you know you're ahead. You don't have to say, like I said earlier, you should 40 food expand early, but you can just always keep it as an option. Am I in a good position? Okay, I'll expand. And that's why it's important, I'd say, to clear this out as part of your TC creep route. No worries, Panic. Your replay will be in here at the end. So go to the end if you want to see your replay later on. Do we have grunt upgrades? There we go. Attack upgrades should be the priority against human, whereas armor upgrades should be the priority against Night Elf, typically. But still, this is a rough fight because there's still no level 3 Tauren Chieftain. And really, you're going to get 1 stomp, then you're going to get siphoned, and if you micro the TC properly, or maybe use an invuln, although it's very difficult to micro the TC properly, it'd be much easier to just use the invuln, you might only get 1 stomp. So this 1 stomp better be a good one. But I'd say the best thing to do here, and this is again talking about micro, but let's talk about it. So the raiders should ensnare. He's focusing the raiders. They should run up. The TC is going to get right here. He's going to start siphoning the TC. You wait for him to start the siphon, and then you stomp. You're going to get a stomp on both the heroes, so that means the Paladin's not going to be able to Holy Light, so you should be focusing this rifle with everything and spending a Chain Lightning on it. Then ideally, assuming you have level 2 Stomp by now, you're going to be able to kill this first rifle while his Paladin's still stomped. I would say that'd be the best way to start this fight, and then the Kodo comes in, eats another rifle. Before you know it, you've killed 2 rifles. And then you can also maybe get a second Stomp. But if these 2 raiders stay in here and just die, you only get the level 1 stomp off, and then he gets a siphon off on your TC. The Kodo doesn't really get an eat off. It's going to be a tricky fight for you. It's going to be a tricky fight. That's a good stomp. Chain Lightning. See a Chain Lightning, you would have been able to kill that rifle. Let's see, 2 raiders both died. This rifle didn't die. The Kodo did eat. You're going to get that 1 more stomp, which is nice. You're actually gonna kill the Blood Mage? That's pretty good. So you've lost a Shaman, 2 Raiders, a Headhunter. You killed a Rifle, level 2 Blood Mage, and probably 1 more Rifle here. So you actually didn't do too bad in this fight overall. And remember, this whole time, had we cleared out the expansion earlier, we could be expanding and pressing our advantage in this position. The expansion would be made even easier had we skipped this bestiary, but we do have a decent bank right now, so that's actually alright. And just prioritizing 2-2 upgrades on the grunts and getting more grunts. At this stage, obviously, we're not going to really rebuild headhunters. Just going to get grunts. We did see in his base earlier, I believe, that he scouted... No, we didn't actually scout that, did we? We don't actually have this info. Oh my god, he's built a lot of towers. Which gives us even more of an incentive to go for an expansion, because look at all this he's invested. He's built a second barracks, which is going to find no value. He's built an extra 4 towers. And he's even built an Arcane Sanctum, which nowadays is becoming more standard with Pally Rifles. But again, that's not going to help him until... Well, it wouldn't have helped him until he had these initial priests. So he made a lot of investments into things which would have made this expansion even juicier to get. Had we scouted this the entire time, which again brings me back to my earlier point of, you know, scouting with wolves more actively if possible. And these towers in the second barracks is probably the reason we were able to win the fight right here. Getting them 2-2 upgrades. Yeah, again, you should just be pumping out these upgrades. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Now I'm catching myself saying beautiful because Remo always says, Carson always says beautiful during TheoryCraft. You still have a TP, so you could take bigger camps here if you wanted. You could just take the red camp, for instance. You also have a peon scouting this sort of position, so taking the red camp here might not be a bad idea. There should always be the worry in the back of your head of when you're playing Pally Rifles. You mentioned you were worried about the expansion, which is a good thing to be worried about, the Tier 2 expansion. But you should also be worried about the Tier 3 tech. Very common for people to go Tier 3 and go into Griffins. Not maybe at the highest level.
Research complete.
But it would be common, I would say. Would be common. The highest level of Pally Rifles, we actually probably more often would see that expansion. Oh, he didn't go for Banish. Incredible. This is good. We should try to focus on these priests. Because not only are the priests very squishy, but they also, if he wants to Holy Light the priests, it's a very inefficient Holy Light because they don't have very much health. Yeah, but this fight is very, very tricky. Very tricky for us. And see, especially considering Ensnare just makes these fights even harder to execute, just going pure Grunt Shaman would make this a whole lot easier on us. So skipping the Kodos so we don't have to devour, skipping the Raiders so we don't have to worry about Ensnare, and just going pure Grunts and just worrying about getting the Grunts on top of the Rifles and getting good stomps on our TC, it would make this a whole lot easier to fight. But yeah, now this is going to be very tricky because we don't have an expansion, and he's just going to be able to power creep. He's even got 2-2 upgrades, Jesus. And he might even be going Tier 3, let's see. Okay, he is going Tier 3. And he could go into Griffins if he wanted. He can go into Knights. He could even just go in for Inner Fire, which is probably the best play here.
Research complete.
And remember, if he's just going for pure Rifles, you should be just happy to be able to creep your TC up to level 5. There should be no reason ever really that you you shouldn't be happy to trade levels. I mean, assuming like you can stop him, like I said in the early game, from getting level 3 Paladin, right? That's a good thing to stop. Stopping him from getting level 3 Blood Mage is a good thing. But other than that, past that point, you should really be just trying to power creep your TC up to level 5, because level 5 TC against pure rifles is insane. Which is why most typically people will go for breakers. They'll transition into breakers because or else the TC just kills everything. Yeah, this is a rough fight. I think no matter what you do in this fight, you're still probably not going to have enough steam. You have had a decent bank this whole game, but, you know, like I said, it's just like micro errors. It's hard to, you know, point that out. But, you know, this can be a very momentum-based strategy. You don't want to let the human get to this point, or else it's tough for even the best orcs in the world to win this fight. You know, even if it's even supply, it's tough for the best orcs in the world to win this fight. And he's going to have inner fire soon. He's going to have 3/3 rifles. So it's very much about, like, pushing your advantage early, getting an economic edge, getting a hero level advantage, getting a bigger army, and then winning fights early on to not allow the human to just sort of snowball. And if you go for things like this early expansion, it forces the human to push you, and forces them to not be allowed to, you know, tech up, creep the entire map, invest into, Jesus, 2/3 upgraded rifles. Oh, did you go for tier 3? Again, tier 3 would be a decent idea had you gotten expansion earlier and been sort of just like, had a lot of gold. You know, you have an invuln, you have double heal scroll, you have 2/2 upgrades, you have your army that you need, then you can go tier 3, but I would say tier 3 shouldn't be a big priority, because how many shamans do you even have right now? Let's see. You have 1 low HP shaman, so no way that, although Bloodlust would be nice, because although he has priest, it's still going to be really good. It's going to be good for trading mana, because remember, these priests do not have Brilliance Aura behind them. But, like, what else are you really going to get? You can get Coda Aura, you can get Bloodlust, you can get 3/3 upgrades. But is that really worth it when you don't really have the army to fight? I wouldn't say so, unless you can necessarily absolutely justify getting it via having a lot of surplus gold, lumber, that sort of stuff. Whereas in this position, you just be focused on just enough meat to take the fight. You might be saying, like, oh, what if I can go Taurens on tier 3? In most cases, when you do go Taurens against this, and you let it get to that stage of you have Taurens against him having, you know, his ideal rifle army, he's just gonna banish the Taurens. A lot of the time. Panic Answer was Tauren, yeah. You know, Taurens, they're good on paper, but in most cases, if you guys remember Fish against Insup went for Taurens. Fish just banished them over and over again, and just always siphoned the shamans when they're in range, had mana constantly on his Blood Mage. And if you just kite the Taurens, banish them when they get in a good position, and then focus them when they're out of position, they're not actually that strong. Which you might say the same thing is true to Grunts, but again, it's all about having a lot of stuff early on. It's all about that meat, so you're able to win those fights early on. Yeah, it's just always kind of too slow. Again, this could be like a priority, or this could be a, like, not a priority, but something you could go into had you had an expansion for a while. Everything else that you need, you go at, like, tier 3 as a luxury, then, like, oh yeah, I'll get some Taurens and get pulverized and be ready the next time I take a fight. I'll transition into Taurens out of that. But you never want to give the human this much space where you're going for tier 3 to Tauren Totem, because then they're going to get in this situation, which is, does he have 3/3 on the way? Not yet. But again, this is just an impossible army to fight. It really is. It's very, very difficult. Yeah, the Flame Strike is very interesting. Blood Mage is one of those heroes where he's got like 3 really strong abilities. But I do think Banish is just the best choice. Because this army is all about efficiency, it's all about sort of exchanging, not losing stuff, fighting for a long time.
Our town is under attack.
That's a nice stomp. It feels as though you've been a little bit lacking on the shaman production. I don't know if you've been losing them very often, but you know, having like 3-4 shamans at all times can be very helpful too. Just to be able to purge out of position units if you are in a position to win a fight, which you haven't been for a while in this game, but purging out of position units, using lots of lightning shield in the fight. Because you just want to overwhelm the human with, they're taking so much damage at a time that they can't kite and they can't just holy light 1 unit at a time. He actually got double medallion as well, which is pretty crazy. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's very, very tough position. Hello, how's it going, Hudomic? Very, very tough position. I'll tell you this much, though. I'm sure the human player is having a lot of fun right now. I'm sure he is. GG is called. So, there's, again, a lot to talk about there. A lot to talk about. And I do think, because next week is Human Week, I think I'm going to do a whole episode on Pally Rifles, but from the human's perspective, but you'll get a good look at what the Orc players do. Because ideally it's going to be very high-level Orc players trying to respond to it, and we're going to see what the Orc players do mistake-wise. And then maybe we'll do something from the reverse for Orc Week after that. But nice headset. Yeah, baby. It's actually my first wireless headset, although it's charging right now. I could unplug this and it would work. But yeah, my first wireless headset. I like it. I like no cables. Yeah, so assuming I can get the replays, I'm going to do it on Pally Rifles next week, so we'll be able to talk a lot more about this. But, let me pull up my notepad. What could we improve on in this game? Now, it's one of those strats that's like, it's so uncommon at the highest level. Like, it's really, Che Miko's done it a little bit, Sock's done it a little bit, but really it's only been Thorzane for the longest time that's done it at the top level. So it's difficult, right? There's no like clear cut, this is exactly what you're supposed to do against it sort of response. Many people have different philosophies on how orcs should deal with this. Here's my thing, though. Here's my thing. So the big thing I would say would be to skip Beast and just prioritize getting 2 grunts plus shamans. Those would be the main thing. And, you know, early expo. 40 supply around is the standard, 41 supply. That's the typical, remember, 41 supply is the typical expansion with just Farseer Headhunters. That's 6 Headhunters, 1 Grunt, 2 Shaman. TC Farseer, standard amount of peons. 41 supply. So you could do, say, 40 or 41 supply expansion. Standard timing. Wow, okay, I'll allow that. My God. Wow, Victor. Wow. Maybe I shouldn't have allowed that. Now I just feel bad. All right, 2-2. Grunts, early expo. I'd say that the very big thing to take from this would be the Farseer usage. So the immediate harass was good, but you're definitely overcommitting in to try to get value. You committed a lot of Farseer health and Headhunter health early on to try to get stuff done, but you didn't really do anything. Whereas if you just stick around and become annoying and stop him from creeping and don't commit too much health, you'll be able to stick around for a long time and stop him from getting level 3, while also power creeping your TC at the same rate. Because remember, your TC was creeping the middle camps, but your Farseer was just sitting on the perimeter, when that whole time your Farseer, or at least the wolves, could have been on top of him, denying him from creeping, or at least slowing him down. You're never going to be able to stop him entirely, but slowing him down. Pally rifles versus undead? I think it's definitely viable. I think we should see it more often, even. I wish we saw it more often. I think the big thing is it's just not great against Criplord, right? That's why I would assume we don't see it too often. But against DK, it's really good, for sure. Why not just go only a few headhunters? Well, you can't... If you're going headhunters against rifles, you just can't really out-efficiency the human. You're going for similar units. You're not choosing to go for like a counter necessarily. You're just choosing to sort of both go range units and trade 1-for-1 with them, both having range units. But you can't out-efficiency the Blood Mage and the Paladin. They have level 2 Holy Light, they have Siphon, they have Banish. They have more armor than you via the Aura. It's very hard to just go 1-for-1 without actually straight up countering it. Victor, you bored at work or something? What's up? Yeah, I think this is a long topic, Paladin rifles. A topic people are very much interested in. So if I can find the replays, I'll talk about it next week a little bit more. But thank you for the replay. Oh, we got the legendary GermanGandalf next, who's playing Undead against Human on, it was Northern Isles. Yeah, I would say just 2/2 grunts, shamans. Don't worry about Kodos, don't worry about raiders until much later on. And it makes it a lot easier, too. You don't need to worry about devouring or ensnaring. You don't need to worry about ensnare to cancel the siphon, which is what a lot of people say is the reason why you should go raiders. Just have well-positioned grunts. X-Lord, you can absolutely submit a replay if you would like. But it's too late for today. Unless we were going to do like a 6-hour episode. Maybe we could. But we will do an Undead against Human right now. And maybe you can help us out. Give some tips to our good friend GermanGandalf. And GermanGandalf also says, Dear Carson, as we spoke, this is a game, one of what should have been a 100-game grudge match, because Remote stated, I cannot win one map against his main human, 1600 MR, with my off-race Undead. I am roughly 1450 on my main human. Okay, so GermanGandalf is a human player, but he's going to be playing Undead against Remote because Remote said that he could not beat his human. $50 an hour. That's cheap, bro. That's cheap. You could charge more than that. That should be like a starting rate. Excellent. Now you're going to get like 20 messages from Undead players. I'm going to tell you that much. What kind of tea is it? Just green tea. Straight up green tea. All right, GermanGandalf. Let's check out your Undead. So this is Undead coming from the perspective of a human player. Let's see. And Remote is, of course, is he a GNL coach, or is he just a player in GNL? I don't actually know. But he's a good player. He's a good player. I know Remote. Nice guy. Heck of a guy. Heck of a guy. All right, here we go. Here's replay number 3. Okay, here's Mr. GermanGandalf. In the bottom left and the top right, we do have Remote. And we're probably going to see the Criplord EO, because, of course, why would a human player off-race Undead against another human and not play Criplord? Now, this map is probably relatively balanced for this matchup, Criplord, right? Because there's no early mercenary camp, although the human player can get a very early level 3 via 1, 2, 3. Boom, 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 because you can't see that one base style against Criplord, which is very common nowadays. But you have no mercenary camp as well, so it's not as good as, say, maybe like a Last Refuge or something like that. Or lessons, he's not even good. Wow, toxic. Alright, so it will be the Crypt Lord. Now, I did a whole episode on Crypt Lord as well, where I covered, I think it was 6 different strategies with Crypt Lord. Some of them were one base, some of them were expansion. A lot of them had to do with Necro Wagon, which was very exciting. One of them was even X-Lord in those replays. So you can go back and you can see a whole bunch of... Come on, the building placement, let's not... We did focus on the building placement for a while. X-Lord, how would you improve this base build right here, okay? How would you improve it? I want your input. I want your input. Shop in the back. Yep. Big point. Can be the most important building and also very easy to kill. Shop in the back for sure. You know, probably... You could probably not have this zig here and have the shop right there. You know, maybe this zig closer in here and then right there. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. Apparently you can cut a tree. See, that's one of the things, though, especially when you're off-racing something, to go for... it's difficult to know what the base build should be when you're playing an off-race, especially with Undead, where you have to cut down, like, specific trees. Like, I don't know. Like, was it this tree you have to cut down to fit the shop or something like that? I don't know, dude. I don't play Undead. I don't know this. What I do know is that probably... It seems like he's going up. Like, is he going to creep this, or is he going to creep this? I do think this would be the best camp to creep first. And then even if you're not planning on expanding, I think it's very important for the Undead player in this situation to still creep the expansion. Still creep the expansion. Just for the similar reasons we were telling Nemoc to creep his expansion as part of his level 3 TC route last game, it just keeps it open for you. Just keeps it open, and it keeps the human player constantly second-guessing themselves if this is open, and it gives you options to go, you know, you'd see in expansions even like partway through Tier 2 recently. But in this case, I'd for sure say this is probably the best, but it looks like you're going up. Looks like you're going up. I feel like it's also good to not close your mind since humans going with mass footies and staff AM. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I think that's good. Yeah, X-Lord, getting a voice call, dude. Let's go. We're working? Damn. Whenever you want, man. Whenever you want. You can come on for the next Undead Day. You can just do it for me. I'll just observe and you can just talk. That'd be good. That'd be good. Alright, what do you got, GermanGandalf? Yeah, I'd say probably not the most standard creep route, but this does seem like interesting. I mean, you can get Lightning Shield here, right? Which could be pretty helpful. And then I would expect you after this to just go for the expansion right away. That would be my guess.
A player's forces are under attack.
One very important thing to scout for as the Undead in this situation, to send either a skeleton or a beetle. Either or. A beetle would be more reliable, but would be more of an investment. A skeleton, you're not always going to guarantee that you get the scout. Would be to see what the creep out of the human player is. Let's go to GermanGandalf's vision. Okay, if he sends one of these bad boys or one of the beetles that he is about to summon, undoubtedly, there's a few things we need to scout for. The first would be, where would be the best place to go? Probably to check this and to see if this is gone. If it is gone, you know, we're probably going to assume that he'll be creeping this. We may even see him here along the way. But it's also important, if this is not gone, to then scout this green camp and also the expansion to see, is the human expanding? But importantly, if he's creeping this, and then he's creeping this, we need to check if he's going for the lab or not. If he's going for the lab, this typically will mean that he's going to play one base, and he's trying to be aggressive on your expansion. Whereas if he's creeping like this, and then this, and he doesn't go for the lab, he instead goes towards the expansion around nighttime, this just means he's going to go for an expansion. Another thing we can scout for is also, is there a fourth farm in the base? Fourth farm would be a telltale sign. Oh. You got banned for... One sec, guys. One sec. What the hell? Got banned for 5 minutes for that. IXIX Lord. Alright, you're unbanned. Blame the bot, dude. Blame the bot. Okay, where was I? Where was we can scout for the fourth farm, which will be a more telltale sign that he's going to go for. the expansion on maps where there isn't a mercenary camp, whereas on maps where there are a mercenary camp, we might see a fourth farm, say, on Last Refuge at the merc camp itself, which wouldn't always be a tell of an expansion. But in this case, the creep route will be. So let's see. If we had a scout there, which we should be sending the skeleton already right there, what would we see? Okay, well, we'd see remote creeping this, and then we have to stick around to see, is he going to creep this, or is he going to go after this green camp up to the expansion? Very important. We do see a fourth farm, which would typically indicate a fast expansion, but in this case, don't think it's too big of a tell because you do need to delay your tech either way to creep this. So, right? That's what we need to be scouting for. Now going towards the expansion, I could only guess. Nope, going up. So we're playing one base. We are playing one base. I didn't actually see what Xlord said, by the way, but I'm not going to repeat whatever it was. Don't think it was that bad, actually. Oh. Okay, so we can assume that our human opponent is playing one base. Ooh, but we're creeping. Should definitely go creep jack him right here. Am I wrong? No, I think I'm right. Yeah, should definitely go pressure the peasants right now. Delay the creeping. Not let him... This is going to stop him from getting level 3 as well.
Our forces are under attack.
I can only imagine you're trying to get lightning shield with this creep route, which is similar to on Last Refuge when human players go for the lab first, hoping for a Book of the Dead against orc players. I don't think gamble creep routes based on item luck is the best of choices. And, you know, you didn't get it. Forcing the TP, that's good. More ghouls being pulled, okay.
Our forces are under attack.
But the Archmage is already level 3 here, so we're already kind of in a rough position. Hey, Jonathan Siegel extended their Tier 1 subscription through October. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it, Jonathan. Thank you very much. We're almost in a position here where if we had done this creep route, boom, boom, and then ran up to Remote's base, we noticed that he went down here and then immediately ran to the expansion, saw that we didn't build it, and then had a town portal back home. Now that the town portal is gone, and in a perfect world this expansion's already crapped, would we be able to just expand right now? We would have delayed it, yes, but we would have probably just been able to expand right now because Remote had a TP back home, and he didn't see that there was any expansion here. Probably could have found ourselves in a position in this game had we done a slight adjustment to the creep route where we're still level 2, Remote's still level 3, but we have the opportunity to still go for the expansion.
Our forces are under attack.
Nice denies. Nice denies, Remote. Nice denies.
Summoning is complete.
See, Crippler on one base just kind of feels a little weak, right? It feels a little weak. Crippler on one base against the human going for an expansion can be very good.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, Tier 2 expansion might be a decent choice.
Summoning is complete.
But we sort of had to scout what the tech choices and what sort of the plan for Remote is. We have to see, is he going for an altar hero at Tier 2? Is he going for Is he going for a blacksmith? Well, he's not. He's going for 2 sanctums. Generally, if he's going to try to break your expansion, this is typical through all matchups. He'll go for rifle caster and then try to go for an all-in on tier 2, right? Whereas if he's going to go for a counter expansion, he'll go for 2 sanctum and go for a mountain king, right? So if we scout his main base right now, we get a lot of information that would probably indicate towards him being a little bit more passive on tier 2. In which case, we could go for a counter expansion ourselves or go for even just an expansion on tier 2. Might be a decent choice. But we should definitely be trying to get level 3 Crypt Lord right now. Should definitely be trying to do that. Especially now that there's a little bit of downtime where his Archmage is already level 3 and we know his second hero isn't out yet. Neither is ours. So we have a little bit of time to creep, and having Crypt Lord level 3, level 4, level 5 is very, very important. It's not one of those heroes, you know, maybe like an Archmage or like a Farseer in some cases, where you don't actually need to power creep it past level 2 or level 3. You can just keep creeping. Just keep creeping it. So definitely higher priority on the creeping side of things would be great. Again, more information we could be scouting for, and we do have the... Well, we'd probably have to summon beetles to scout, but now we do. Is he counter-expanding? Is he gonna be pushing me? Is he going tier 3? Is he creeping a Mountain King? Where is he creeping the Mountain King? Is he taking these camps aggressively? Can I creep jack him? There's so much information we could be gaining right now with the beetles that we have. With only even one beetle that we're not necessarily gaining. See, right now we're expanding, which I think is a decent choice, but we're expanding with being entirely in the dark right now.
Summoning is complete.
And now we're creeping a risky camp while expanding, while being in the dark. And I think just one beetle to the expansion and then to the main base would be a great choice, because this is probably, let's see, is his Mountain King creeping this right now? His Mountain King just finished creeping this. Oh, the Archmage even crept it. And he's expanding. The amount of information we would have gained from this. Like, look at all this. We see 2 towers going up. That means he's going to go for an expansion. We see a Mountain King. We know what his hero is. We see no rifles. That means he's probably either going tier 3, which he can't be because he's expanding, or he's got 2 sanctums. 2 sanctums. Like, so much information just through a single beetle over here. And then we can come over here and we can probably, even after we creep this camp, we could probably just entirely stop the expansion. Another thing this beetle would allow us to do is know the timing of... What can I only imagine will be double arcane tower, and we'll be able to see, are we going to be able to get across the map in time to cancel these arcanes? Because if we do, then we're going to be able to stop the expansion entirely. Because, like, you know, if we maybe even didn't creep this and just ran across, this expansion would not go up. There's no way Remote's going to be able to hold this. Look at our army. We can pull the boys from the main base even. We can pull, like, a couple more ghouls. We're going to have a statue out if we don't already. We're going to have a statue very soon. We're going to be so strong. Going to be so strong. But we don't have any of this information. And now we're even weaker than we would be because we crept such a big camp. And this camp, you know, is obviously very nice to take now that we have map control. But we could be doing better things with our time, most likely. And not only would we be doing a lot of damage, but we'd be buying safety for our expansion. Whereas right now, we're not actually gaining any safety for our expansion with this sort of creeping. Oh. Bolt. Oh. Bolt. There we go. We still don't know he's expanding. We could probably assume, but we don't know for sure. Ooh. Maybe not the best call to surround that Mountain King. Because he does have an invuln. We don't know that for sure, but we saw him lingering around the shop a little bit. So even, like, I didn't check the items necessarily, even though I have a little cheat sheet up here. You kind of assume that he snagged those heal scrolls in that invuln as well. So surrounding him, not the best choice. I would just say going for footmen here is good. If you're able to kill all the footmen, he's not going to have much of an army to really defend the expansion that is probably going up. Ooh, not going up quite yet. But definitely just going for the footman here, not worrying about... You have the stronger army. You have a statue, you have Crippler level 3, you have a lot of beetles right now. He's only got a few footmen. You have the stronger army, you should just focus on actually winning the fight. If you're able to win the fight, then your expansion is going to be safe, and you're going to be able to stop his expansion entirely. This is very much like going for the kill when you don't actually have to. You can just play this fight patiently and probably continue to win more advantages out of it, if that makes sense. Now that you went for that surround, you have a fiend out of position. And even passed a cloak. He passed a cloak. What a mad lad. See, the moment you start just going for these footmen, look how fast they die. Gonna lose another fiend, but could have been avoided. Oh, you do have burrow, actually, so... the human's a little bit higher MMR. What was he? 1600 MMR is the human. The undead's 1450.
Our town is under attack.
Expansion's up safely. You could send just a beetle back for that. But his whole army's here, so it's good that you're here. Oh, there's no TP. There's no TP. This is very risky for remote. You could definitely have seen that he doesn't have a TP and gone for a surround of the Archmage. Might have been a little bit of an overcommitment, but okay, at least you get the Mountain King. And now I think in this situation, you leave like a beetle here to deal with the footman while getting an Nerubian, and you just run across the map. Just run across the map. Just run across the map and just go kill his expansion. Like, there's no way he's going to be strong enough to hold you right now. Let's see. Let's pause and take a look at what Remote has right now. He's got 1, 2, 3 priests with Adapt. And he's got no units on the way. His Mountain King's dead. He's got double Arcane here. Easily killed by 3 fiends. You got a 4th fiend on the way. You could even pull all these ghouls if you wanted to. Why would you pull ghouls? Well, you can send them into the peasant line while you fight. I think literally what you do right now is you just walk across the map with 1 beetle here while upgrading this Nerubian, and you just kill him. A decent choice would also be to put down a 2nd crypt. But also a temple would be decent as well. Temple would be good here. But really, this is a position, GermanGandalf, where you can just kind of kill him. Maybe you could even pick up a heal scroll. I'm not sure what the cooldowns are. I can only imagine there'd be a heal scroll available right now. But you know you just killed the MK, you know you just killed a lot of footmen. Yes, you lost a fiend and I think a ghoul, but you definitely have the stronger army right now. This is all information that I'm sort of guessing, and we can take a look at the other side of things, but if you were scouting more actively with beetles, you would know this information too.
Research complete.
That's good. Follow up on those priests and then kill the towers. And remember, if there was 4 ghouls here, this is where you'd be sending the 4 ghouls in on the peasants. You have burrow, so you shouldn't really lose any fiends. You're still alright here, you just have to kite. You just have to kite and you'll be alright. And again, you could have 4 ghouls here right now, that would help out quite a bit. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'd say definitely when the militia got called, you should have started backing up. Going for the towers was a decent call, but yeah, I think you go for that impale on the priests, you follow up with some damage there, and then you just start to kite away a little bit. All the while, ghouls are killing the peasants in the peasant line. So he's got to choose, do I chase his army and commit to his army, or do I deal with these ghouls killing all my peasants?
Summoning is
A little bit unfortunate. So now we're in kind of just an even game. This is definitely a mistake. Now you've mined 600 gold off this, and you haven't actually saturated with acolytes yet. And like, this seems like just one single small mistake, but actually it's a very big mistake in the long run. So we'll see how long this actually lasts for, because this gold mine has been up for a long time. Like here, I'm gonna restart the replay. Let's check it out. How long has this been up for?
A player's forces
64.
are under attack. A town is under siege.
Okay, so you lost some acolytes earlier, right? He harassed it. You had 4 on gold. Ah, because you're going tier 3 right now. That's why. Right. Because you're going tier 3 and you didn't have a necropolis. Oh, that's rough. That's unfortunate. Because you saturated the gold mine and then you went tier 3 thinking your expansion was safe. Maybe you wait until the Nerubian's up to go tier 3, or you just build a necropolis here earlier rather than later for this very reason. There's got to be some more solid way to saturate this gold mine that doesn't allow this to happen, right? Because now you're in quite a rough position where you have to wait for this tier 3 the entire time and your gold mine's not actually mining until this necropolis gets up. So that's a little bit rough. We're at 11.5 minutes. I just wanted to see how that happened. Yeah, see, now you've got to wait the whole time for this to get up. The whole time. And this is where we were. But even now, yeah, you're forgetting about the acolytes for a little while, too. Now, this, I will say, this is a little bit unfortunate how the acolytes died after you had already gone tier 3, right? But there's probably some more sure-shot way of ensuring that this gold mine stays saturated, right? Like maybe building an earlier necropolis, delaying the tier 3 tech until the Nerubian gets up, delaying the tier 3 tech until you're sure that the expansion is safe. Things like that. Because yeah, this is going to be very, very rough for you because the whole time he's happily mining. You didn't even delay his mining when you pushed his expansion with those ghouls that I mentioned. All you did was kill a couple units and then get forced to TP out, but you haven't really delayed his economy at all. Like, I don't even think, how many peasants have you killed this game? This is an undead against human, where I think almost no peasants have gone down.
Our forces are under attack.
Good creeping, though. I like the choices of camps you're taking. The consumable right away into the red camp, because you have the strength to do so. Good choice. See, at this point, I think you either having a second crypt, a second slaughterhouse, or a temple would be a good choice. They would all work. Cloak of Flames, that's decent. Probably one for the shop, though. Yeah, and again, now the expansion is not saturated still. And he actually did you a favor by harassing your expansion. The classic. This was a favor because now you're finally going to get it saturated.
Our town is under attack.
Whereas your expansion was actually up much earlier than his, so he's mined 1,500. You could have probably mined 2,200 by now, which would put this at 78. So you imagine if you had like 1,500 extra gold right now. What would you be able to do with 1,500 extra gold? Well, you'd have a Lich, you'd have an Orb, you'd have maybe a second Slaughterhouse, you'd have Disease Cloud, maybe you have 1/1 upgrades, you'd have a Heal Scroll. You could have a lot of things with an extra 1,500 gold. And, you know, would you be able to push his expansion and win if you had 60 supply Tri-Hero with a Heal Scroll and Orb? Yeah. You would be able to push him and just kill him right here. So it's very important. This is a very big deal. What's up, Panda?
Research complete.
But now look at the gold we have. We've broken upkeep. We've only got 200 gold banked. And look at Remote. He's got 1,200. He's probably even going tier 3 as well right now. Yeah, he's got 1,200 gold. He's going to be able to get his Paladin right away. Orb Staff. He's going to be able to put down a Workshop, start getting Frag Sharp Mortar Teams, get Inner Fire. He's going to be able to get Knights with upgrades, with 1/1 upgrades. He's going to be so strong. All because he's got 1,300 gold bank. And look how much extra he's mined. Not that much. Just an extra 1,000 gold. But look, you're at 200 gold. He's at 1,200. 1,000 gold makes a difference. That's really the biggest thing so far. Oh, I think you might save this. Oh, it's gonna be close. You have one Acolyte to repair. Nice. Again, I would almost say you might be in a position to just push right now. You might be in a position to just push, and you would know as much as I know had you just scouted the main base. And you would have seen earlier, oh, his tier 3 is not done yet. That means he has no paladin. Or had you seen his army? Oh, his MK's... Look at how weak this army is. His MK is not 3. His Archmage just TP'd away with super low health. He's got no paladin. He's only got breakers. Again, this is the third time this game that you've been in a position to just probably push and kill him, despite all the lost economy. And this whole time as well... Yeah, I don't know why the human has a Lich, and why the Mountain King has no... I can only imagine once this Paladin comes out, whenever it does, that this Lich will go away. Classic. And this whole time, there's also another important point to be made. Remember earlier when you killed both Arcane Towers? This was a really good play, but only because... After you town portaled, you got surrounded up against here. You killed both Arcanes. You town portal away. He's forced to rebuild these. But this whole time, you know what you could be doing? You could be sending beetles. You could have TP'd, summoned 4 beetles here immediately, waited for the cooldown, even summoned all 6. And just sent them here. Because he's got no Arcanes. Even if he has double Arcane, if you send all of your beetles here, maybe even 2 ghouls along with them, you're going to do damage. That's something you have not been doing at all. Is really just using your beetles to 1 scout and 2 harass. So I'd say much more active beetle usage. You used them very actively in the early game, but you weren't scouting with them. You haven't been doing harass on the expansion. And, you know, you can tell he's been doing harass on the expansion. Look at the gold difference. And you could have done equal, if not more, damage with the Crypt Lord. Because the Crypt Lord's a stronger hero at harassing economy. And human has a weaker economy. So I'd say that's also a big thing, especially after you killed these 2 Arcane Towers earlier. The strongest thing in the human army is the Lich and the Orb. Did you get Orb? Nope, didn't get Orb yet, because you can't really afford it. But you'll be able to soon. I'd say even waiting around with that Lich to buy the Orb, because it's very, very important. Okay, now the expansion's saturated. Definitely giving away those claws to that Lich as well would be a good idea. Maybe even stopping by the marketplace to see if we get some more items would be a good idea. What do we get with claws plus 12? Can't complain with that. And this whole time, think about it. Beetles. Beetles, beetles, beetles. Keep sending them. Yeah, he's got double Arcane, but keep sending them. Send some ghouls over there. Harass the economy. Now that your economy is really cooking, again, I would like to see that next production building. Are we going to see Banshees? Are we going to see dual Crypt Fiends? Are we going to see dual Crypt Abominations or Destroyers? I would like to see all that. Damn, Remote's army is really bad still. It's really bad. Look how bad his army is. And if his army's bad right now, that means it's been bad the whole time. Look at our army, dude. Imagine if we had Orb on this Lich. Look how much better our army is. Look at this. We should just kill him. Just kill him. He's got good items. He's got staff. He's probably about to have a paladin, which we won't get to see. Maybe we will. Let's see if the overlay fixes when the paladin comes out. His army's bad. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. About maybe a little bit of the human side of things. Level 4, we killed 2 breakers. Let's just go kill him. We need to get Orb still. But let's stop by the shop. Let's get an Imbalm. Let's get a heal scroll. We might need to wait a little bit. Let's go back with our Lich and get the Orb. Let's pass these claws plus 9. Let's go kill him. Let's push and kill him. Hey, the overlay fix with the Paladin came out. There we go. Look how much stronger we are than him. Oh, no orb, though. That's a big blunder. That's a big blunder. 3-0 Fiends. I like the upgrades, though. That's nice.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, we definitely want orb, though. Orb would be so great right now. It'd be so great. And you're very afraid. Very afraid. Just go kill him. Go kill him. Before he gets these mortar teams, for sure. Which, by the way, is a great choice, I think, for mode. I don't necessarily think you need 2 workshops, but... But our hero levels are pretty cooking as well. We're about to get level 3 on the Lich. It'll be a little while, but... Go get that orb. Go get that orb. Okay, this is not a good position to fight into, probably. We don't want to be the one being funneled. If the human is the one being funneled, good. But we don't want to be the one being funneled. We have an A-bomb in the front that's not going to reach. Our Cripplord can't get good impales. We see 2 mortar teams in the back, which may or may not have frag shards. This is not a good position to fight in.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh. Still not good. Still not good. Look. Oh, look at this. This sucks. This sucks big time. But again, his army just kind of sucks. His army just kind of sucks. Yep, exactly. We see, like, he's just prioritizing mortar teams. He's got no flying machines. The human in this position should probably have, like, 8 to 10 flying machines available. Not that they'll ever need to use them, but they should just have 8 to 10 flying machines in case destroyers get popped, because if GermanGandalf just chain morphs 3 destroyers right now, what can Remote do? He can do nothing. Absolutely nothing, which is why I say his army kind of sucks, and we should have been able to kill him a long time ago. But right now should be the time where we kill him. We don't even have to chain morph 3 destroyers, but I'm just saying we could. We have the gold, we have the supply, we have the statues. Alright, let's go kill him. Let's go do it. There's gonna be peasants here. Maybe they're gonna start building towers. Again, just send these ghouls. Send the boys. Use these ghouls. These are very, very useful to stop expansions, defend our expansions, to hit his expansion. We'd love to see these being used more. And if you're able to keep ghouls alive in the early game, if you're able to keep 8 ghouls alive, you can get so much value. Watch somebody like X-Lord, like Krav, like 120, like Infi when they play Cripplord. Watch how actively they use their ghouls and how they use them throughout the game as well, and try to keep them alive to use them later in the game. And look how they use their beetles as well.
Our forces are under attack.
Respect for the Coil Nova Impale on the Mountain King. Respect. And still no orb, though. Worth noting. Still no orb. Oh, just kill him! Just kill him! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, now he's starting to get flying machines, but... Alright, nice. Respect. Nuke that Mountain King. See, those peasants actually stopped our expansion. Look, they stopped our expansion. Pull the boys. They're sitting here doing nothing. We got good lumber. We're going to have enough lumber probably for the rest of the game. We already got the 3-0 Fiends. We already got Disease Cloud. We already got Destroyer Farm. We're good. We're good on lumber. Pull the boys. No orb is making this so difficult. How are you supposed to kill breakers without orb? It's tricky. Oh. Armin VB, what's up, dude? 84 people, how's it going? How'd the stream go? Oh, we got an Orc replay next, Armin. Maybe you can help us out. Our next replay will be Orc. And no TP, yeah. But still, this whole time, we could just kill him. Just kill him. Send the boys, defend this, have orb. Go back to the shop if you need to get a heal scroll, get a TP. Whatever. Buy a Staff of Teleportation with your Lich. Go back and get Orb and double Mana Pot and continue to fight with the Crypt Lord. You could win the fight here without the Lich. So much space given. Now, we're probably still going to win because Remote's army sucks. Why does his army suck? Any human players in the chat, can you guys tell me, what should Remote's army look like? Given, remember, in the past, Remote had a free tier 3 tech. He had 1,300 gold. His expansion has been unharassed the entire game. What should his army look like? The Sorks are good. Sure, the Sorks are good. What should his army look like? He's missing 2 key things in his army. Now, for sure, Knights. Yes, Knights to gift him to the Banshees. Yes, that's a good point, Crank. And there's a specific number of Knights you build. Typically, you're only going to build about 2 or 3 Knights. You don't need to build 8 Knights. You don't need to build 8 Knights. You should definitely have 2 Knights in your army, though. You should definitely have 2 Knights, maybe 3 in your army. Yeah, you need about 3-4 Priests. You need about 8 to 10 Flying Machines. You could probably get away with 6, but you need enough that if he morphs the single destroyer, that you're able to deal with it. 2 is not enough because they're just going to get webbed. 8 to 10 is probably enough because they can actually... You have more than he has Fiends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you have 8 to 10, you're going to have 2 to 4 at least dealing with the destroyer. So 2 Knights, about 6 more Flying Machines, give or take, and of course some Priests. There's just been too many breakers this game, and mortar teams before you had that group of Flying Machines. I'd say were the biggest mistake. But yeah, a couple of Knights would be so useful. Yes, they might get possessed. That's why you don't build like 6 of them. That's why you only build a couple. Just a couple. That's all you need. That's all you need. Just like 2 Knights. Just like 2 Knights. And then if they start to get possessed, you just staff them out. Just staff them out. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Jack. Exactly. You just staff them out. Yeah, I would say don't build more than 3 Knights. Don't build more than 3. You have more than enough units to build. That if you're able to build more than 3 Knights, you're probably missing something else. Because you need mortar teams, Flying Machines, Priests, Sorks, Breakers. Why do you need Breakers, you might ask? You need them, of course, for the Banshees if they're going to get Curse and all that stuff, right? And you need Knights. You need a lot of things. And you might be saying to yourself, wow, that's really difficult. Why is Human so hard? That's kind of the main difficulty of Human. Let me ask you guys some questions. How many Footmen do you build before Defend? How many Sorks and Priests should you have in a 2 Sanctum game against Orc? What is the perfect 80 food unit composition against Cryptlord? What is the perfect 80 food composition against Night Elf 2 base 2 base? Right? How many Flying Machines do you build if you see 1 Chimera Roost against Night Elf? How many Flying Machines do you build if you see 2 Chimera Roosts? How many Flying Machines do you build if you see Fairy Dragons? These are the difficulties of Human. This is why Human is difficult. It's hard to build the perfect army. As Orc, I'm an Orc player, so, I mean, I don't know how, might not be too difficult for players like, Undead players in Night Elf either, but for Orc, it's very simple. I just build Headhunters. No. If I have an 80 food army as Orc, I know pretty much what it's going to look like. Now, there might be like, do I build a 3rd Kodo? Stuff like that, but like, I know exactly what my 50 food composition is going to be. I know what my 60 food composition is going to be. I know what I'm going to break upkeep with. I know what I'm going to build past 60 supply, 80 supply. With Human, the difficulty is the exact amount of units that we build before we get certain upgrades. What do our 80 food armies look like? Because if you build the wrong 80 supply army, it just falls apart. It just sucks. That's when it's like, God, this race sucks. It's because you don't have the perfect combination of all the units that you're supposed to have. So you really need to put some thought as a Human player, in my opinion, into these things. What does my exact 80 supply army composition look like against Cryptlord? How many Footmen do I build before Defend? How many casters do I get on 2 Sanctum? How many Priests? How many Sorks? When do I get Adept for my Priests and Adept for my Sorks? Things like that. These are, seem like simple questions, but they can be very difficult for, I think, human in particular to figure out. And that's what we're seeing from Remote this game. His army sucks. His army sucks. 40 peasants, 69 tanks, exactly. Because human's not the most difficult micro race, you know. It's not difficult to micro this army. Flying machines do everything on their own. Knights would do everything on their own. Sorks have autocast. Breakers have autocast. You just micro your heroes and don't lose them, and it pretty much micros itself. That doesn't mean human's easy. Human's difficult for different reasons. These are the different reasons. Yeah, you want Sorks in this situation because there's A-bombs. This is why few flying machines do not work. Why you want like 10 in this position. Yeah, of course, you wouldn't slow, and you wouldn't go for inner fire if they had heavy destroyers. But if they only have one destroyer, you should be able to deal with one destroyer. Yeah, he got orb. Woo! Alright, a little too fancy with the burrow micro. A little too fancy with the burrow micro. Maybe scout with one copter, banshee, and then add knight since they aren't bad versus fiends as a frontline. Yeah, it's also, as a human player, it's about scouting and reacting to what your opponent is making army-wise. That's very important, especially, maybe not in this matchup as much. This is probably the second most important matchup, but human against Night Elf, it's extremely important. Extremely important. Are they building chimeras? Are they building fairy dragons? Are they building mountain giants? Are they just bear dryad? Extremely important to scout and to know what they're going for. What do you think about an Archmage Blizzard switch here? I don't think that'd be a bad choice at all. I think it'd be a perfectly good switch. There is a lot of fear of a hero noke here, and a Blizzard on Archmage does tend to get your Archmage a little bit out of position at times, and GermanGandalf has proven to like to hero focus, so I would be a little bit timid to do it, but I don't think it would be a bad choice at all. Like in this position, some Blizzard would be nice, especially with this many breakers in the front too. Like Blizzard here would be money. It'd be total money. Nice staff. Get out of there, Jack. Get out of there. Get out of here. Get out of our game. What do you think you're doing? Another expansion was secured, which GermanGandalf was trying to do earlier, which I think is perfectly fine. I think a heal scroll would be another heal scroll would be a good investment because of the clap, but again, this whole time, GermanGandalf, you could just kill him. The only time I think you should not have fought was when you were being funneled through this. Every other situation, I think you can just run at him and kill him. Very, very scared. Very, very scared. Which in some situations is very strong to be a very passive player. But you should know, just like Xlord said, you should know when to be aggressive and when to be very passive, and that's really the strength of being a good passive player, is knowing when to do it and when not to.
Research complete. Our gold mine has collapsed.
But in this case, no matter what, I think you're still going to just dominate him in a fight, because Remote's army sucks. His army sucks. Just attack, move into him. Just attack, move into him. You're about to own him. You're about to own him. You're good here. You just devour that slow. You just get some impales on the casters. You're about to destroy him. Yeah, whoever said Blizzard, I think it'd be a real good choice here. We're seeing Polymorph. We are seeing Polymorph, but someone also said, isn't slow and inner fire just food for the destroyer? Well, Polymorph definitely is even more so. Yeah, these claws should have definitely been on the Lich for a long time, and I think it actually is quite a big deal. See, now we're seeing GermanGandalf finally commit into the fight, but he could have owned him like this many times over. And also, in fights like this, be really good. Put some beetles in there. Put some beetles in there. Put some beetles in here, or even use the ghouls that have not gotten any value this game. They've gotten value in that you've had a lot of lumber, but send the ghouls here. Send the beetles in here. Consistently sending summons or, you know, low-value units into peasant lines or peon lines during fights is very valuable. As an orc player, if I were to be fighting a human in this position with a Farseer, I would have wolves in this peasant line from the first second of the engagement. The first second. But, you know, I don't think this mining has been disrupted once this entire game. I don't think so. Yeah, because remember, it was a 2,000 gold advantage before, or whatever it was, 1,600. It still kind of is. It's still close to that. That could have been something that would help you out a ton. Yeah. Jack says, as you pointed out already, human has the tools to counter these undead armies in late game. It's just very difficult to get the balance right in an even or disadvantageous game. Yeah, 100%. That is the main difficulty of human. That's the main difficulty. Which is why I think you literally need to go with a pen and paper and do the math, write out the supply. Okay, how many peasants do I typically have in a game? Okay, what should my army be if I'm given all the space to get my ideal army against undead? Okay, how do I exactly react if I see they're going Destroyer heavy? If they're going Banshee heavy? If they transition to Necro Wagon, how exactly do I transition myself? You can also just simply watch top human players. Go look what Sock and Miko's army is against Cryptlord. Stuff like that. But yeah, it's a very important thing for the human side of things to have clearly figured out. Because as an orc player, I can go, I guess I'm just going to build 8 Wind Riders now. And that works a lot of the time. But as a human, it just simply doesn't. Because it's about the balance of everything. These acolytes could be feeding. That's all right. Oh my god, guys, we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into the show. We're only halfway through all the replays. I like your upgrades though, GermanGandalf. I do like your replays. I think a TP back here would have probably been advised. Get the mortar teams here, get the casters away. But this is just an impossible fight. It's an impossible fight. Oh, use that greater heal. Use it or lose it. Now you do get it off, but you imagine if you lost that Death Knight. Probably wouldn't have mattered, actually. Who am I kidding? Hey, Panda! With the Prime for 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Panda burned. Alright, GermanGandalf. Thank you for the submission. What are some things we could... That was quite a long replay. It was 26 minutes long, so some details get lost on me, but I would say... I won't tell you necessarily what I think the best creep route for the Cryptlord is, because I'm a terrible undead player, but I will say maybe early creep route. Could use some thought into. I mean, I think what you were going for was a lightning shield cheese, which is pretty funny, but I don't know if that was necessarily the best creep route. More scouting with beetles. Have to resist to not type beetles with an A. More economic damage with beetles. So sending them to the expansion again and again, right? Ensuring safety of expo saturation. And by that I mean you saturated the expansion and then teched, but you didn't ensure that the expansion would be safe with all 5 acolytes before teching, and you didn't have another necropolis. You also didn't have a Nerubian there, so you lost all those acolytes at the expansion, and then you just couldn't really rebuild them. Right? So that was a big thing. Understanding power spikes. by that I mean understanding when you're in a position to be able to win a fight and when you're in a position to be able to just go towards his expansion and just attack move into him and kind of kill him. There was many stages in which you were much stronger than him, which might be less intuitive, but just knowing, like, generally, when I get my orb on my Lich, I'm in a very strong position to go and take a fight, and I could probably most of the time win that fight. Because that is a spike in your power as an undead player, and that's typically when you're going to be able to win a fight. So just understanding that, but just generally just knowing when you're stronger than your opponent is good to do. And this will help if you're doing more scouting with the beetles. That you'll be able to do that more commonly. And then any other big takeaways. I mean, that game was 26 minutes long, but really the two big things were your economy didn't get cooking as early as possible, and you didn't kill him as fast as you maybe could have. Right? And for human, I would say, the big takeaway from this would be think about army compositions. Did I spell that right? Composition. Composition. Yeah. Does that fit at the bottom there? Nope. Does it fit here? There we go. Thinking about army compositions, the right balance of everything, the right balance. And if you're able to do that, you'll probably get 5 times better, honestly. It's all about the right army composition at all times. Because so often do I get asked by human players, you know, it's lower level human players, right? But it's like, how many Sorks should I build? It's like, I don't know the proper answer to that, like 4. You know, how many priests should I build? When I break upkeep, should I break upkeep with breakers, priests, or Sorks? Hey, how many flying machines should I get against X? There's always these questions. How many footmen is a big one recently against Farseer Headhunters? How many footmen do you build before you research defend? It's just these things which seem very like low level, but they're actually very difficult with human, which is something that could be worth investing some thought into. All right, that's that. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, go to the bathroom, refresh the tea, and then we're going to come back. We got 3 more replays. Might actually be a 5-hour episode. All right, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are 3 hours into the show, and we're kind of just getting started, aren't we? Our next replay will be, let me pull up my notes. It will be an orc against human on Northern Isles. The MMR is... It is... 1,600? 1,600? I mean, I know your opponent is maybe... What are you, BlackPhoenix? What are you? 1,600? Is that fair? Is that fair? Will be BlackPhoenix against Cubert, or Jack. I call him Jack. Call him Jack. He says... Hey Carson, got 2 replays, both versus Bert himself, Cubert. Would be interested in your thoughts of Northern Isles game FS Headhunter Expo versus Human Tier 2 Instant Expo. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Now from the human side of things, I don't know. Sounds kind of cool. Jack from the movie Hook, absolutely. All right, let's check it out. Let's check it out. And BlackPhoenix is a player that practices a lot. He's very active in the gym community. So I'm gonna treat him like the experienced adult manly man that he is. All right. I'm gonna point him out. I'm gonna point out every mistake, every little inefficiency. I'm gonna tell you. All right. You ready for it? I'm bringing the hammer down for this one. Okay, because I expect, I cast BlackPhoenix every week. ESL Cups. Okay, every week. Bringing the hammer down. Let's check it out. Here's replay number 4 for today. Here's BlackPhoenix, the man, the myth, the legend in the top right. In the bottom left, we do have, I'm going to call him Jack. A very strong player. An undead main, but a GNL coach and a very strong off-race player himself. All right, and this is his off-race. Cast me donate my level 3 blade versus say so. I actually was gonna get in that game, but I think I was already in another game this Monday. I got 2 replays of you, Jack. Got you for 3 minutes of playtime. Yeah, the funny thing, you're actually an observer in almost every one of these games, Jack. Almost every one of these. You were in the last one, and you are, I think, in the next 2 even as well. Okay, Farseer Headers. I mean, come on, BlackPhoenix. Mine the couple of lumber you're able to. Mind that your peon could have mined 2 lumber there, dude. Come on. Yeah. Well, this is the first one from today, though. First one from today. I do ask people. Generally, I message them and I say, did you ask this person if you can put their replay? But, it's kind of hard to do that every time. Yeah, you're in a lot of games, Jack. What can I say? You're in a lot of games. Come on, you could have mined 2 lumber there. You could have mined 2 lumber. All right. So far, so good, though. Come on, let's see that second burrow. Let's see that second burrow. There we go. Well done, well done, well done. Okay. You ready? I'm laying the hammer down. I'm laying the hammer down. He likes to watch, yeah. All right. So, one thing you can talk a lot about, I suppose, against human would be wolf routes. You come out of the altar, of course, you want to use your first mana as quickly as possible, right? That's why you summon wolves right out of the altar. And the question always is, what do you do with the wolves? Do you just send them with your Farseer down the middle of the map? No, of course not. You're going to scout for what the human player is initially creeping. So you have 2 wolves and a Farseer. The Farseer will always run the most efficient route towards the most likely place, or in between the 2 most likely places, for sake of being efficient. So the Farseer is just going to run straight down to the middle and probably meet the Archmage right around here. Now, 1 wolf should always go towards the expansion to scout for an immediate expansion attempt. Another wolf should always go towards the Tuskar, and then the Farseer goes down the middle and clears. If they go for the green camp, and if not, your wolf will see him here, and then the Farseer can run up. If they go for the expansion, the Farseer can run to the right. Wolf routes. Something to think about on every map. Let's see what BlackPhoenix's is.
Work complete. Work complete.
Summon him! Okay, there we go. Headhunter on time. Good. Now, this is not as complicated on Northern Isles as it may be on some maps, but on some maps, it's actually quite tricky to know what do I do with each wolf to get the most value. Now, this is wrong. Although you're lucky to see his Archmage this early. But if you don't see his Archmage, then you're going to probably be running down here. You're not going to know if he's creeping this, for instance. You're not going to know if he's creeping the expansion. You're not going to know until it's too late, but you're going to know much later. This is why you should send these wolves in different spots. And then you can always bring them back, or you can always just resummon them. But it's good to do that. Luckily for you, the place your Farseer was going to was actually what Mr. Jack on your back like a knapsack was creeping. But you don't know that going into the game. You should never assume. You should never assume, especially as an Orc player, you should never assume things. Because Orc is a reactionary race at its core. Nice damage. Nice damage on the Archmage. Now that was an overcommitment. That's alright.
We're under attack.
So both the Expo and other to a small green camp. Okay. You either meet him there or walk to the orange. Okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Yep, damage on the Archmage. This is all good. This is all good. Well done. Damage on the Footman. Good. Now, remember what we were talking about earlier, where Orc players, rather, when they play Farseer Hunters, they feel the need to get damage done. They feel, I need to kill Footmen, I need to kill Peasants, I need to lower his Archmage, I need to steal away creep camps. No need to freak out, guys. No need to freak out. You don't need to do anything. You just need to slow him down. The value is eventually going to come. Look, BlackPhoenix barely did anything there, and he just got this entire creep camp. He didn't need to commit any health. He committed a little, which this is a little bit of an error. You don't need to commit too much in. Now, we know that this camp is taken. We know that we just took this camp. So either our human opponent is going to call militia and go for either this camp, or they're going to wait around and they're going to eventually try to take this. Now we can send a wolf into his base, scout where the Archmage is. He should be somewhere around here. There he is. Follow the Archmage around, and maybe we can even pull and snag this camp, because we know the only way Hubert here, the human player, can go for a camp is he's either going to go for this, or he's going to take a very big risk and go for this with militia, or he's got to run all the way across the map. So it's not a bad idea at all to send a wolf, chase away the Archmage, chase around the Archmage rather, just pull the big Murloc. You don't need to creep it. You just need to start creeping it, and if Jack doesn't react, then you're going to get the whole camp. You're going to be level 2, and he's again going to have no value because you're going to know where he is because you have a wolf on his back like a knapsack. That would be what I would recommend here. Oh, I paused. Good. This is good, but the wolf isn't there. The wolf does not know. What if he's just calling militia and going for this? Woo! What if he's doing that? What if he's doing that? What if he slips away from you, goes up here, and starts taking away your green camps? Right? What if he does this? But still, good. The right choice of creeping. Now, we haven't seen him yet, so we can only assume that he's either running to our side, we just actually saw him doing that, or he's taking a big camp. Now, you might have missed him. You might have missed him right here. Did you guys see it? You guys see it? The Headhunter saw it. So you should know what he's doing, in which case you should already be running there with the Headhunters and then pick up the item and then go up there. Should already be running there. Oh, you didn't see him, did you? Or did you? Now you definitely did, right? You just saw him again. This is what you do when you don't actually know where your opponent is. This is what you do. Now, the real question is Mr. Jack here, is he going to come back to defend, or is he just going to keep creeping? Let's see, is he creeping? He actually is coming back to defend, but he got his level 2, he got a camp on your side. Gonna lose a farm, but... Just run away. Just run it away. Just run it away.
We're under attack.
Get a footman, that's good. Now, there's going to be a lot of similarities to the game against Pally Rifles from earlier, but now the Tauren Chieftain is on its way to being out, so now what the Farseer should do is it should come over here. Chances are Jack is going to be building a shop right now. Let's see. His footmen are kind of low. Maybe he's not, but let's see. He's not actually building one. But his Archmage is low, his footman is low. You can assume that he's going to try to get one up soon, so... You've done a really good job of keeping your Farseer high hit points. You even have a replenishment potion. You have another set of wolves. The Farseer should stick around here and try to cancel healing and try to stop this Archmage from, again, creeping this, try and slow him down. The Headhunters can go back, and they can meet your Tauren Chieftain either right here or right here. Your Tauren Chieftain will buy salves. You'll get Troll Regeneration. You should get Troll Regeneration before this Grunt most often, so that you can start to heal these guys up without salves. That'll save you 133 gold. Your TC comes out, he's got the salves, you start to power creep, your Farseer is still on top of him this entire time. Either a wolf or the Farseer himself should be on top of the Archmage the entire early game. It's been 5 minutes, should have had a wolf and a Farseer on him the entire time. It seems like you're moving this way because you're going to try to take the marketplace or the shop, I would only imagine. That'd be the only thing that I would assume you'd be trying to do. Okay. This is a good play. I'd say this is a fine play. Again, though, you should have a wolf on him, though. You should definitely have a wolf on him still. So you're taking away valuable creep camps. In fact, I think you're taking away the right creep camps. But you should have a wolf on him. Oh, that hurts. Bestiary, Spirit Lodge, all is good in the world right now. Ooh, is this enough for level 3? I don't think this quite is. Oh, you're gonna split it with your TC. No! I think if you solo gave that all to the Farseer, it would be very close, actually. No, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough. You'd have 40 more. Okay. Because it would be really nice around this timing if you had level 3 Farseer and then your TC came out and you're able to go harass him. He's probably at the expansion right now, solo creeping the MK. Oh, not yet. Oh, he's about to be. He's about to be. But you might ask yourself the question, why do we harass the human player? Why do we harass the human player? How can she slap? Where's the lamb sauce? Why do we harass the human player? There's a few reasons. Now, one, the main sort of fundamental reason as to why I think, in my opinion, this is speculation, you might tell me I'm wrong, but the main number one thing why we've always harassed human players, us orc players. We've done this since the days of the Blade Master. Remember, people used to buy boots of speed and chase around the Archmage around the entire map. That was the whole early game. Why do we do that? And why do we still to this day do that? Well, the main thing is because level 3 Archmage early on hurts. They come, they cancel our tier 2, they kill our burrows, they harass our second heroes creeping. It makes it very, very difficult. That's the number one reason. The second reason is we get to damage the footmen, lower the footmen numbers, and lower the mana on the Archmage, lower their lumber so their tech is late, things like that. What do all these things add up to? Low HP footmen, low mana, slower tech. These all add up to slower Mountain King creeping. Now, we can see, let's go back in the game. We see there's 3 low HP footmen, a low HP Archmage. He has no current water elemental, and even if he did, it's only on level 1. And his Sanctum's only now are finished. His Mountain King is only now out. The tech hasn't been delayed this game, but it could have been. So we're able to slow his creeping down via this early harass, and now if our Farseer is on top of him the whole time, it slows it down even more. You imagine if we're over here right-clicking these footmen all day, it's going to be very difficult for him to power creep this Mountain King up. This is why we pressure the humans. There's sort of 2 sides to it. And this is something that has not been done.
We're under attack!
You're dilly-dallying with the Farseer. You're dilly-dallying. Because it's hard. It is indeed hard. Just like getting the right unit composition for human is hard, this is what's difficult with Orc. This is the difficult part of Orc. It's the multitasking harass. It's the efficient creeping to be aware of your timings. It's stuff like this. Multitasking is not easy. It's especially not easy because you can't just use F1 for the Farseer. You have to micro 2 wolves as well as a hero. So you can't just use F1, you actually have to hotkey it, which makes it even trickier, but this is why Orc is difficult. But now it's too late. It's too late. Oh, this is sick. This is actually sick from Jack. His Adept's probably about to be finished. Yep. Oh, this is sick. Mountain King solo creeping. Archmage comes back to deal with the Farseer harass with level 3, and there's also a Priest in position with Adept about to be done to deal with the Wolves. Ooh. Sick.
We're under attack!
Look. Boop. How sick that is. Now, would you be able to stop this completely with just a Farseer? Definitely not saying that, but you would have been able to slow it down significantly. Good creeping on the TC, though, the whole time. Good creeping on the TC. Expo coming up at the standard. This is a 41 supply expansion, right?
We're under attack!
40 supply expansion, okay. Ah, because there was a Kodo, right? Good. Yeah, that's a really good point, Armin. It's definitely not as easy as I'm saying it is, but once you try it, it will improve. Yeah, you cannot improve on things if you do not actually try to do them, for sure. If you take the easy way out and you just leave the Farseer on the perimeter of your TC's creeping, yeah, sometimes Sometimes I'm harassing with my Farseer, and I lose my Torrid Chieftain to creeps. One time I was coaching a guy, a human player, and I was playing Orc against his human, and I lost my TC to creeps when I was harassing with the Farseer, his Mountain King creeping. I lost my Torrid Chieftain to creeps, and then I had to watch the replay with him afterwards to try to tell him how I think he could have improved. It's difficult, but if you don't do it, you'll never improve at it. And it is a very important thing to improve at. Yeah, exactly. That's another really good point, Armin. It is hard for you, but it's also difficult for them, and that is the point. That's the point. Did he get his money back? Oh, you know, we'll never know, will we? We'll never know. My memory's a bit foggy there.
We're under attack!
See, even that was good. Look how much you delayed him. Yeah, it was a little bit sloppy. You had to use the speed scroll. You took a lot of damage, but you delayed him by quite a bit. You used his mana. You made his creeping a little bit slower. It's all good.
We're under attack!
But I will say, human player here, Jack, Cubert, his creeping has been this has been very well done by him. He immediately, as soon as the MK came out, called Militia crept this. He then solo crept this. He's now solo creeping this, all the while defending with the Archmage level 3. This has been a super slick early tier 2 from Cubert. So, yeah, this is a mistake. But, you know, the MK creeping, the timings of everything has been real slick. So, I will say, difficult to get a lot of value around this. But still, we're in a position right now. Let's take a look at the game. All right, we got a Kodo. We got our first Grunt out. We even have a second Kodo. We have a Scroll to Beast. We have a Health Stone. Our expansion's on the way up. We just recently scouted his army, because remember the Farseer speed scrolled away, so we saw his army. We know these footmen have Defend. The MK might get level 3. We don't know if he'll get level 3 or not, but importantly so, he doesn't have Potions of Mana. He doesn't even have that much mana. He at most is going to have 2, maybe at most 3 claps in the fight, because he doesn't have mana pods. In fact, he doesn't even have a shop yet, which we can assume that maybe he has a shop right here, but at this point, but he doesn't yet. What am I saying by all this? I am saying, BlackPhoenix, you could walk across the map right now and probably win a fight quite easily. You are stronger. You are the stronger man. This Healthstone helps out quite a bit. The Scroll to Beast helps out decently. It's not too helpful, though. You could maybe sell it and buy a mana pot. Okay, you're going to buy a mana pot either way. Speed Scroll would be important. You bought one. I don't know if there's a second one off cooldown, but a second Speed Scroll would be good. Level 3 on the Mountain King, but again, if there's no mana pots, it's hard for human in this position. It's very hard. You get level 2 Wolves, which is maybe good considering it's 2 base, 2 base, to do the sort of harass I was mentioning last replay, but level 2 Chain Lightning here would be decent. Speed Scroll in, maybe a little preemptive of the Speed Scroll. Yeah, maybe a little preemptive here. I would say if you position yourself here, get Wolves in the Peasant line, and then Speed Scroll in. Because we know for sure, this seems like a small thing, but it's actually very important, because with Orc, it's very important to commit in for the fights right away. If you're going to fight, you need to be all in. You need to be 100% in. Or you need to be 100% out, as Hitman once said. 100% in or 100% out. Now, we have a very important part helping us with taking this fight. We know that our opponent has to defend his expansion. He's got to defend this. What, is he not going to defend it and lose all of his peasants in his tower and then lose all more peasants to wolves later on? No, he is going to defend it. He's probably going to call militia. He's going to fully commit to defending this. So why do we have to speed scroll from here to catch units out? We don't necessarily have to. We can walk up here, get a couple units slowed, sure, position here. The human backs up to try to defend. When we get right here, then we speed scroll in. We get our headhunters on top of the casters. We get a stomp, ideally, and we get on top of these. In this position, I think it's even good for you to just eat the footmen with the Kodos. You have a second Kodo here. Just eat 2 footmen. Just eat 2 footmen with the Kodos. These are the most annoying part of the army right now. The casters are easy work. So using the speed scroll this early is actually going to make the remainder of this fight difficult because there's already 2 Sorks. which is why a second speed scroll would be good, or using the first speed scroll more wisely. But still, I think easy fight right now. Super easy. Just devour 2 defended footmen. Even use the Scroll the Beast. The casters are not going to be able to get in range to dispel the Scroll the Beast on the headhunters. Not going to be able to happen. What are you afraid of? Yeah, the clap is good, but there's going to be 2 more of those, let's be fair, but what are you afraid of? Own him. You have a TP to get out, right? You got a TP still. You could even get a Devour on 2 footmen, kill a couple of casters, and just TP out before the clap kills your whole army. Yes, you do need a heal scroll right now, but much too afraid there, I feel. Much too afraid. This is before the 2 breakers were in. This is before the MK has mana pots. This is before he has heal scrolls. Too scared, too scared. Now, I think we could still win a fight, but definitely, if you were to back up there, I think the reason you would be backing up would be to go get the heal scroll from the shop. Would be to go get this. The only reason you should have backed up there is because in your head you should be thinking, I need to go get a heal scroll before I fight. Which maybe would be reasonable. But backing up and now allowing Jack to get the heal scroll, what do you know? You know, very, very rough position. Very rough position.
We're under attack.
See, that's what's good about analyzing replays with Jack in it. I could go, him getting the heal scroll, and I know that he's going to have gotten the heal scroll. Look at that. I know that he, you know, it makes me look good. There we go.
We're under attack.
Is it still a winnable fight? Maybe not winnable, but it's still, you can still trade in such a way to make it favorable for yourself. In the long run, I think you would lose this fight to Aura, to the Mountain King kiting you, to the slow. But I think if you get in here and you get double devour, you get a good stomp, kill a couple casters, and then town portal away, you can definitely trade favorably. But in the long run, I don't think you're going to win this fight at the very end of the day. All your headhunters are right now attacking a defended footman. Not ideal, but the positioning of Jack has been very strong right now. This is why speed scroll, especially with Farseer headhunters, is very important, because if you notice, you think back to some like really good Lin games where he played this, he's always speed scrolling in, diving with the headhunters, and trading them for casters. Always. He's never keeping them in the back and attacking with them. That's a nice stomp, but where's the follow-up? Where's the lamb sauce? See, this is what I mean by, at this stage in the fight, you could TP away. But so you got double devour. You're killing a couple of footmen. Yeah, you didn't get any casters because you couldn't get the headhunters in range. But right now is where you TP. In fact, after the second devour is where you TP here. And ideally, if you can, there should be a second heal scroll available. You maybe snag the heal scroll with your TC before you TP away. And then you heal everything up. You have 2 breakers being devoured. You get more mana. You got a heal scroll. Staying any longer in this fight, having this TP, is a big mistake. Let's see. Do you TP away before you eat the next clap?
We're under attack. Our town is under attack.
Oh no, it's too late. It's too late. Oh no. Okay, you don't lose anything else. Okay, that could have been an absolute disaster. An absolute disaster. Okay, good TP then. Good TP.
We're under attack.
But you didn't buy the heal scroll. Am I wrong in thinking there's another heal scroll in that shop right now? There should be, right? Yeah, there should have been another heal scroll. And a similar point, let's check what's at the expansion of Jack. 1 Arcane, similar point, if you're gonna go level 2 Wolves, you have to use level 2 Wolves consistently into the peasant line. If not, you might as well go level 2 Chain Lightning. You've skilled level 2 Wolves, and smartly, you're not using them in front of the breakers because they're just going to get stolen. But if you're going to go level 2 Wolves, and it's probably smart in 2 base, have to be sending them here over and over and over and over and over again. Over and over and over again. That's the usefulness of level 2 Wolves. It's not in the fight. It's sending 4 sets of these into the peasant line the entire time. Sending them right now, right? Very, very strong. Because the wolves aren't going to do anything else. Otherwise, you might just get level 2 chain lightning to try to kill those footmen off earlier that were such a pain earlier on, right? Yeah, this expansion is dead at this point. So you should just try to heal up and just try to go creep maybe this. Is this still available? Nope, it's not. Maybe try to creep this. And just be happy that you know where he is and just try to creep and again try to do economic damage and try to deal with his expansion as well. But you're not going to be able to defend this any longer. Oh! Last clap, though. That's the last clap. You imagine if you had a heal scroll right now. Oh my god, wait, whose was that? Whose was that? It's gotta have been him. Okay. Alright, purged away. The expansion actually lives. Because I think it's a mistake that Mr. Jack here has not actually purchased mana pots thus far. Now, it's difficult to get back, but I think he could have a couple of mana pots at this stage. Yeah, he retrains to Blizzard. And that's absolute disaster. Again, wolves at the expansion. Wolves at the expansion. Where the backpack at? Yeah, that'd be a great choice, actually. I'd like to see that. I didn't even think of that. That'd be a great idea.
We're under attack.
Nice stomp. Not that scroll. I think the scroll could have been used much earlier as well. Oh, look at the blizzard. Okay, these Kodos are both hungry. You might be able to force a TP here, but still at the end of the day, it's going to be 2 base versus 1. Oh, the blizzard, the value. Okay, TP's forced. Oh, your TC's going to die though. It's going to be very difficult. And GG. Now BlackPhoenix, I'm only hard on you because I know you got it in you. I know you got it in you to beat Jack's ass. All right, that's why I'm a bit hard on you. But let's see what I think we can get out of that game. All right. So better. Only have Legion TD hands now. So better scouting overall. And by better scouting, I mean wolves on top of the Archmage, but better yet, Farseer being on top of the Archmage at all times. If you don't have your Farseer on top of the Archmage, then yes, have a wolf there, but you should always have one or the other, and your priority should be on keeping the Farseer there in position. One other small thing, this is just a tiny thing, would be Wolf Racet expansion. And what we said earlier for GermanGandalf would be the same for you, would be understanding your timings. And by that I don't mean, what people typically say by timings. I just mean when you're able to fight, when you're able to not. Maybe power spikes would be a better way to put it. And again, I don't mean literally power spikes. Like, oh, my TC hit 3 and I'm ready to fight. Which it would be a power spike, but like I just mean actually at all points in the game, when am I stronger than my opponent? When am I able to fight? Still better than Dota hands, yeah. I would say, what did I say? I want to kind of go in order with these things. There's a lot of little things in there. Let's say heal scroll priority. You had the map control when you took that fight at Jack's expansion to get to get the heal scroll, and you could have used almost the map control you had there just to literally just get the heal scrolls because it's a one-shot map. And there's actually 3 of those kind of maps now in the pool. We have Echo Isles, Tidehunters, and Northern Isles. This is becoming increasingly important. It's not like back in the day when it was only Echo Isles was unique for having a single shot, so you didn't have to fight over the scrolls. Nowadays, almost half the map pool is a single shot map. So this could be a very important thing to understand when I have map control, when I'm able to push the human back, I need to go back and get the heal scrolls. So that's an important thing. You didn't buy a single heal scroll that game, which could have helped out a ton. What else? This is a little thing. Like, he didn't get troll regen at tier 2. Little thing. I would say it really just came down to just your Farseer usage was not great, and you didn't take a good fight when you could have. I think you could have actually just won this game had you engaged into that fight better, which is a tough thing to do perfectly. It's extremely difficult to micro, but I think just overall, that one fight at the expansion, if you had just gone level 2 chain, speed scroll at the proper time, got a double devour on the 2 forward footmen, chain lightning the other footmen, got a stomp on the casters, and then got your headhunters on top of the casters, I think it's just easy peasy fight. Oh. If heal scrolls is yours, fight an expo behind. If heal scroll for him, creep. Great rule of thumb, for sure. Absolutely think that's a great idea. Yeah. And you had a scrolled beast too, which you didn't really use until the end of the game, which of course is, you know, he had Adept Priest very early on, but again, that fight at the expansion, you could have used that scrolled beast to really win that fight. You had so many things going for you at that fight. He had no mana pots, you had level 3 TC, scroll the beast, you even got a health stone, so you didn't have to necessarily stop for an invuln, even though an invuln would have been a good choice. Your expo was safe, you had double Kodo there on time. So many things going for you. You had a speed scroll at the ready. Definitely think that game was pretty much yours had you just taken that fight with some confidence, man. With some confidence. All right. Thank you for your submission. BlackPhoenix, my man. All right. Replay number 5 will be from a new submitter. And we all know what that means. I don't know how to pronounce their names. I believe it's Holle. 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 He is an Orc player. He'll be playing Orc against Night Elf on Northern Isles. He's 1,170 MMR. And he says, hey Carson, Orc vs Night Elf, Beastmaster first from the Night Elf, 1170 MMR, disastrous early game followed by silly micro fails while creeping. Also not sure if my army comp is good, would appreciate your take on the game and be thankful for your advice for everything macro, micro, timing, decision making, etc. Cheers. Right on. Right on, right on, right on. And by the way, there will be another replay after this, which is submitted by Panikrocker. And Panikrocker says that Holle will be the godfather of his first child. So there's a connection between replay number 5 and replay number 6. How cool is that? How cool is that? Very interesting. Pour tea. All right, here we go. Replay number 5. A lot of Northern Isles. How many Northern Isles games do we have today? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 out of 6 replays. Northern Isles, what a popular map. Incredible. Incredible. Oh, go, go. All right, Orc against Night Elf. Now, he sets his Beastmaster first. Beastmaster first. Which is interesting. Now, Northern Isles, there's a couple of approaches. Oh, I got spilled tea on my mouse pad. 1 sec, I gotta clean this up. Hold that thought. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Okay, so and I come back and it's going to be Farseer Headhunters. I was going to say a whole point about Blademaster harass on Northern Isles and how fast shop is definitely viable here, but we're going to see Farseer Headhunters. Okay, when I see Farseer Headhunters against Night Elf, here's our Night Elf opponent, by the way, Mirage 4444 in the bottom left. When I see Farseer Headhunters, the only thing that comes to mind, and this is totally doable. Like, I think there's definitely some opportunity for Farseer Hunters to work against Night Elf, although typically it would be Blademaster Grunt Shaman with a tier 2 expansion, Shadow Hunter with wards, all that sort of stuff. There is some room for Farseer Hunters, but what I think you have to do is do tier 2 all-ins with towers. Now, I think there's some very strong strategies. Farseer Naga with a tower rush. There's probably some tier 1 tower rushes. Farseer Tinker tower rushes. Farseer Shadow Hunter with Serpent Wards. But they're all sort of all-ins. Still, though, typically what we'd see with a Blade Master in this position would be a Peon Scout. Because I think you should always, Orc players, Peon Scout Night Elf nowadays. I think you always should, unless you are the greatest Orc player of the entire world, Peon Scout Night Elves. One sec. Peon Scout Night Elves, unless you're the greatest Orc player in the world. Peon Scout Night Elves. Always Peon Scout Night Elves. You need to see, what is the strategy? Where's their expansion, if it is? Where are they creeping? Is it Demon Hunter? Is it Keeper? Is it Beastmaster? Is it Archers? Is it Huntresses? Are they teching? Are they not teching? Are they bringing Wisps across the map right away to AP rush me? What are they doing? We need to see it, and a Peon Scout is worthwhile to do 100% of the time. With that being said, that's one slight thing that I would change. And then, you know, with a Farseer, I think you could just go for Wisp Harass, honestly. I think you just go, look at his base. His base is blocked, assuming this Ancient War is producing units. If not, he could uproot it, yeah, but look at these Wisps. Now, the main thing with harassing Wisps, and this can be a little bit difficult, but what you want to do with Wolves when you harass Wisps is attack 2 Wisps at the same time that are far enough away that they can both not be detonated at the same time. That's how you want to harass it. That's how you want to harass. But I think still, Farseer harassing, that's actually a decent strength of Farseer in the early game, assuming you're not up against a Demon Hunter. But if you're up against a Keeper or Potom or Beastmaster, whatever, I think that harassing Wisps is pretty strong. Warden is sometimes done against Farseer. Okay, you see the Beastmaster. Still, I would still say just go for harassment. The cool thing is about this is, what's he going to do with a Beastmaster? There's a world in which he runs across the map if you're playing Blademaster and tries to cancel your second burrow. Not possible here. There's a world in which he's also trying to power creep to level 3. Not going to happen if you're harassing his Wisps, because or else he's going to have the greatest multitasking in the entire world, or he's going to have to come back to defend it. So no matter what, if you go to his base and harass him right now, you're going to keep him away from the objectives that he wants to accomplish in the early game. Yeah. And it's pretty simple. You just go into his base. Even if he detonates on your Wolves, it's fine. You just resummon. If he's detonating Wisps on your Wolves, it's almost good for you. You don't want to feed him too much experience, but still, it's totally fine. Attacking. Build order is totally fine. Yeah, everything's good. We'll just ensure that third header is on time. This is going to be detonated. And that's a little rough because this is a fresh set of Wolves, so you can't actually resummon them. So that's a little bit unfortunate. Ooh, that's a nice surround from Mr. Mirage. Unfortunate, but just a nice play from the Night Elf. Yeah, one thing, there was no Wisp Harass, but the main thing was because the Archers, I imagine, were right here. But what you can always do is, again, our main goal is to stop him from, 1, expanding as a Beastmaster, and 2, we don't want to let him creep. We don't want to let him creep level 3 for free. We don't want to let him expand for free. So, what we can do, we see archers, and then we run away, or we chase the archers. We allow him to start creeping, and then we either creepjack him, or we send wolves into his main base, but we give him a little bit of space. We don't give him this much space. We don't run to his base, see, oh, there's 3 archers here, I better go back home and start creeping. Instead, we run to his base, say, oh, there's 3 archers here. I guess I'm going to go a little bit away, give him a little bit of space, and then he's either going to start creeping something big, or I'm going to be able to go back into his base and get harassment done. Right? So still, the end goal should still be to harass him. Even though he was playing very defensive and he had lots of archers, still to slow him down, harass his economy, stuff like that. Shop on time, headhunters on time, all is good with the build order so far. Macro build order, beautiful. Just like we were talking about with BlackPhoenix last game, though. Always want to be scouting him. For you, it's pretty nice you actually managed to find him, but having a wolf on top of his Beastmaster at all times would be a really good idea. It's tough to do, but that'd be ideal. So if you do have to go back home and maybe go to your shop or something like that and buy salves, a speed scroll, maybe if you creep a camp, like right here, as long as you have a wolf on top of him, you can always find him again and then creepjack him if he goes for a big camp as well. Also, having dust here would be a pretty good idea. Oh. Can anyone spot the mistake? Can anyone spot a mistake? Can anyone spot one? Can anyone spot the error? Good, Armin, my man. Yep, full wall off. Now, you should never... There's only very, very niche cases when you should have a full wall off. Let me think of those. Now, people don't even do it in Blademaster Mirror anymore. Against Human, your base will be open. Against Night Elf, your base will be open. The reason your base always wants to be open against Night Elf is because if it is a keeper... Sometimes, Night Elf players, they'll build an Ancient Protector right here, or they'll build an Ancient Protector right here, and they'll hide it. It's difficult to scout. The reason they'll do that is because they want to buy space for their expansion to get up. In which case, if they have a Keeper with Entangle and an Ancient Protector that walks over to your base, sometimes you have to just sit in the back of your base to not lose grunts to Entangle. Whereas if you're sitting right here, you're just going to lose a lot of stuff to Entangle. So you'll always keep your base open against Night Elf for that reason. And I'm trying to think if there's any times you close your base? Any times you close your base? Not anymore, is there? Not against Cryptlord. And Undead, you want for standard Undead, you want your base to be open as possible. So I would say always keep your base open. Always keep your base open as an Orc player. And that could be easily done by just this burrow. Your base could be totally fine. I would recommend this burrow not be here. I would recommend it would be right here with this base build. But this burrow, maybe just not here. Maybe just build the burrow right here or right here, right here. Just keep this side of the base. That's all you need to change about the base build. Move. Well, you'd either have to move the War Mill and the burrow, or you just have to move this burrow. But just keep one side of your base open, and don't worry about much else with your base build. Just keep your burrows out of the way. Don't put them too far forward, and just keep your base blocked. And in this case, it's actually hurting you yet again, because your headhunters can't get into the back. So you're going to lose a second headhunter. You might have anyway, but you might even lose a third headhunter here, because they can't get into the back behind your burrows. Hey, Mini Gamba with the Prime for 55 months? Holy. 4 years and 7 months. And Jesus, and 7 scores ago, or whatever you're supposed to say. Holy hell. 4 scores and 7 years ago. That's the quote. Jesus. 55 months? My God. My God. Okay, but now we're definitely going to see this go down. We might even see one more headhunter fall. And this is all going to be because the base is not blocked.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, look at him. Oh, no. This is just a rule of thumb nowadays. There were some cases in the past where you close your base as an orc, just as you have, but nowadays, always close your base, or always keep your base open, at least on one side as an orc player.
A player's forces are under attack.
Again, this headhunter cannot get into the back. If this headhunter could get into the back, one way you could save it would be to block the entrance with your units. But now you're going to lose this third headhunter. Spirit Lodge, you asked about your army composition. I think this is the right play. Just get a Spirit Lodge. You could also just go straight up Raider Walker. Would be great. Like, if I were to be playing as Beastmaster first, what I would expect would be probably... What would I expect? Mass Dryads on tier 2? Most likely. That's probably what I'd be guessing. And I'd be guessing for, like... I'd be expecting an expansion early. But probably Mass Dryads. In which case, maybe Shaman, Headhunter, tier 3 tech, consistent scouting with the Wolves would probably be the best play here. Eventually, you get Beastmaster for a Kodo and a couple of Raiders, but for now, I think just Headhunter, Shaman, tier 3 tech might be a safe bet. Because he's either going to go for Huntresses, he's either going to go for Mass Dryads, or he's going to go for Archers, in which case, if he goes for Archers, the Farseer is really, really good. And the difficult thing with Farseer against Mass Dryads is then the Wolves and the Chain Lightning and the Torn Chieftain that you're building are all not too good. So I would say better than the Torn Chieftain would be a Shadow Hunter. For Serpent Wards and Heal Wave. Probably better just generally against Night Elf. The only time you'd really build a Torn Chieftain, and this is disputed, would be if you're against Mass Druids of the Talon. And you get the Torn Chieftain for Shockwave. Other than that, I think Shadowhunter is almost always better against Night Elf. Even with Farseer first. So I'd say Shadowhunter, tier 3 tech, no need for Bestiary. Keep building Headhunters and Shamans.
A player's forces are under attack.
Get Beastmaster for Kodos these days, you know? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Ooh, Naga. Okay, let's see what he's going for. Okay, tier 2's done. Let's see what tech our opponent goes for. Like I said, I would expect to see either an expansion coming up right now or double lores coming up. Okay.
A player's forces are under attack.
Okay, single lore. Okay, what's this wisp gonna build? What's it gonna build? Second lore? Okay, double lore. So, probably Mass Dryad as I expected, in which case, again, just tier 3 tech, Headhunter, Shaman. Transitioning into Grunts, which I don't really... You know, the reason that you generally go Grunt Shaman against Night Elf is because of the eventual... Archers, the mass archers with Keeper, Alchemist, Potom. And of course, Grunts are good because they're tanky and they have a good damage and armor type against archers. Well, not the best armor type, but that's generally why you go for them. But against a Beastmaster, I would expect probably lore tech if I hadn't already seen Huntresses. Yeah, the Grunt transition I don't think is necessary here. I think you could just stick with the Headhunters, which I normally wouldn't recommend, unless against Undead. But in this case, I think you could stick with the Headhunters.
A player's forces are under attack.
One thing you should definitely be doing more actively, you even have the illusions to do so, it's just scouting. You want to be scouting, is he expanding? What is the tech? What is this? Oh, he's building a wind. Oh, my dear. My lord, my dear. Look at this. but just scouting a little more actively, because right now, I'm guessing and I have all the information in the world. For you, you don't have any of the information, because you haven't really scouted his base in quite a while. Let's see what you see. Oh, you haven't seen anything. You don't even know if he has a Tree of Life right here. So a little bit more scouting, you know, with the wolves, with the illusions would be a good idea. With a peon in the early game.
We're under attack!
Unfortunate. And another thing about continuing to build headhunters is they're much better at creeping. They're a whole lot better at creeping than grunts. A whole lot better. And I think the idea of creeping TC level 3 here is good. Maybe creeping Farseer level 3 is good. But yes, I think just scouting while you're doing so is a good idea, because we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. We don't know if he's expanded, most importantly, so this wolf should go down to the expansion. And if you're going to go for grunts, Grunt Shaman, the most standard way to play it would be with 0-2 armor upgrades very early, but since there's no alchemist, it's not as important. Okay, the wolf got some important information. He's creeping the expansion. We saw a Naga there, and we saw Dryads. Very important information. Oh, fairy dragons, wow. Okay. Again, you imagine if you would continue to produce headhunters instead of transitioning to these grunts, the fairy dragons not be too effective.
Build more burrows.
Talon's good versus headhunter shamans. Well, not on paper, but in practice, typically, yes. What's the best reaction when you see tier 2 Mass Dryad? Well, generally you're going to have a 40 supply expansion against all sort of wacky Night Elf builds. Against Demon Hunter, you're going to have a 40 supply expansion. Against Keeper Talons, you're going to have a 40 supply expansion. Against Keeper Dryads, you're going to have a 40 supply expansion. Against Tavern Heroes, you're typically going to go for a 40 supply expansion. So the best response to seeing Mass Dryads when you have an expansion would be just to get Bestiary, Kodos, Raiders, Headhunters, and just literally break up to 70 supply as early as possible. But in most cases, you're going to have an early expansion. In most cases. So it really comes down to less, I would say, in my opinion, what units you're building, and more, are you able to secure that expansion? But in this case, we don't have much information. We don't know. We didn't know up until this point, is it Mass Dryads? Is there an expansion? Is it MGs coming out? Is it a tier 3 tech? We don't actually know. When don't you 40 Food Expo? Good question. When don't you 40 supply expand? I don't know. Pretty much always. Pretty much always you 40 supply expansion. Pretty much always. Okay, good TP away, got a little risky. Oh, that's okay, luckily that's not blocked. Okay, you just have to cut down this tree. So now that we know that it's mass, we don't know that it's Mass Dryad, so to speak, but I would say still getting an expansion up at this stage is good, now that we have the information of what are they going for.
Work complete.
You don't expo a lot versus Night Elf? Oh no. Yeah, you should always expo versus Night Elf. Almost always. I'm trying to think of a situation where you wouldn't. Of course, if you're... I mean, against Keeper Standard, if they're not expanding, you don't have to. You can play one base against Keeper Standard, but against, like, Demon Hunter, or against, like, Keeper Talons, Keeper Lores, Tavern Heroes, you almost always get an expansion. Just against Standard, there's some cases where you won't expand. But, of course, the Standard for Night Elf, I'm saying Standard, is for them to have an expansion, so... If it looks standard and he doesn't have an expo, then you can.
Research complete.
Alright, good thing you chopped down the tree. Again, scouting with the wolves. Scouting as much as you can. Going to be very important. So the biggest thing right now is you haven't checked his main base in a while, and you should be expanding. Big thing. Those are the big things. But it's also going to be just difficult for you to win a fight, because imagine a world in which he masses Dryads, which he probably should be. You have a Farseer, can't do anything against Dryads. You have a Torn Chieftain, only going to give you Aura. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be very tricky for you to win a fight at this stage with just the heroes you have. If you had a Shadow Hunter for Serpent Wars and Heal Wave, much stronger. If you had a Blade Master and a Shadow Hunter, much stronger. And this is typically why you don't see Farseer Torn Chieftain against Night Elf, although it works against every other race.
Research complete.
I do like the upgrades, though. I do like the upgrades. Armor upgrades, because of course you have Grunts, Raiders, and Headhunters. So that's good. A little bit of downtime, though. That's a very typical thing to happen to people. They sort of run around unsure if they're able to creep, unsure if they're supposed to push, unsure if they're safe enough to creep. So you've kind of been running around a little bit when you could have secured level 3-3. Yeah, you asked though about your army. I don't think your army is too bad. I don't think it's too bad. Just instead of these grunts, I think you could just have headhunters though. And a Kodo at this stage would be a great addition. Still no scouting though. Like let's just take a sneak peek at what he might have tier 3. He might have mountain giants out. He might have an expansion. Let's see what he has. No expansion. He does have tier 3. And he does have mountain giants, which is difficult to counter. Typically, the answer to mountain giants would just be kill them before they get to mountain giants with a timing, because it takes them a long while to get up to the crucial number of mountain giants. But if not, then grunts are your next best answer. And if not that, if it does get to the point where you're in the super late game and they have like 5 mountain giants, you kind of need to get Taurens. There comes a point in the number of mountain giants where the only way to deal with them is with Taurens and Bloodlust, unfortunately. But up until that point, just grunts would be just fine. You can also just sort of ignore them. In this case, in this sort of a fight, I would just completely ignore this guy and just go immediately for the Dryads. And then once the Dryads are dealt with, you can summon the Wolves, and that'll help you against the mountain giant, and it wouldn't actually be that hard of a fight. I think you would actually win this fight right now. And you have a lot of shaman mana, so I think you'd actually win a fight decently. But once is he building more mountain giants is the question. Okay, not yet. But he's probably going to break upkeep with 2 more mountain giants. Once he has 3, it's going to be difficult. Yeah, grunts with Bloodlust are fine. Yeah, it's difficult to get up to tier 3, but for sure. Grunts with Bloodlust are fine against mountain giants.
Research complete.
But I would just say there comes a point when if they get up to about 5 mountain giants, if they get up to 6 mountain giants, which believe me, I've been there, you cannot do it with grunts any longer. But yeah, underneath that number, grunts do just fine. I think you could have here maybe crept the whole red because you had the time to do so. And you could have got level 3-3 before town portaling. So I think this is actually a mistake to not finish this whole camp. You would have definitely lost your shop and maybe your bestiary, or your shop and maybe your burrow or an altar. But I think finishing this, getting 3-3, then town portaling would have been the right play in this situation. Also, you town portal a little bit aggressively. This can be a very common error. Because you want a town portal because you think I got a bunch of melee units, I want to get up in there. But I think, especially considering you have double speed scroll, town portaling somewhere like right here, and then pre-positioning and then speed scrolling in on top of the Dryads would have been much stronger, because you see your Torn Chieftain was walking around the whole time. And you're going to take a lot of damage before you can get a stomp to sort of mitigate the damage from at least the heroes and the archer. Maybe a bit too aggressive of a town portal. Nice invuln from your opponent. Oh, you're going to kill the Naga. Oh, get a stomp off. Okay, you did get a stomp off. Chain lightning! Chain lightning! Oh, if you chain lightning, you would have killed the Beastmaster and won the game right here. Unfortunate. Because you notice, if you get that chain lightning off, which you had the mana for, after that stomp, the Beastmaster's dead, you have 2 raiders here. You have 2 raiders, so that means you're going to at least get these 2 dryads, this archer, so he's going to be able to get away with 1 dryad, and then you can catch up to the mountain giant and kill it. So he would have lost everything other than 1 dryad had you chain lightning that Beastmaster, and game over right there. So pretty good fight from you, actually. So everything you've done up to this point was actually good enough to have beaten this guy. You just need to land that chain lightning right there. Whereas now he got out of there with a decent army. He still has his mountain giant, he still has his Beastmaster, he still has these, 2 of these 3 dryads, which he would have lost these 2. But still, you did pretty good in that fight. See, now you're running over because you're afraid of an expansion, but again, you could just do this with 1 wolf. You could just do this with 1 wolf the whole time. And you could maybe go back here in the time it took you to run down. You could have come back here and cleaned this up. Got the nice item. Scouted with the wolves to make sure, he's not expanding or anything. Just a lot of downtime thus far, I would say. And this is probably not a push that you're going to win. Because he's about to have a couple of units out. He's got Moonwell mana. He's got an AP. So although you did some good damage there, he's definitely, with home base advantage, going to be able to defend this. Nice Wisp detonates from him as well. Yeah, and Dryads are very good for this reason. See, and now you're running to the red camp, which I think you should have done right away. And then you imagine you crept the red camp, and then maybe you creep this, and then you creep this. By the time you're creeping this, your Torn Chieftain's on the way out and helping you. Where is your Torn Chieftain, by the way? Ah, he's getting items back here. Yeah, because you're just not going to, if there's a situation in which you're very far ahead and you're like, I can just kill this guy right now, that's good. But for this push that you just did, you weren't actually far enough ahead. You saw the army that he town portaled away with. He town portaled with 1 archer, 1 fairy dragon, 3 dryads, a beastmaster, and a mountain giant. That was the army he TP'd away with. You were not actually strong enough to maybe even win the fight if his beastmaster was high hit points, even out on the map. So pushing him, when he has home base advantage, he has earlier reinforcements, he has a shop somewhere, I can only imagine. Oh, you killed it. He's got Moonwell mana. Not really going to get much done, but what you can do is use the time that you're given by him town portaling back home and go take a really valuable camp on the map when you know he can't creep jack you. But again, I say this, you could have won the game right here. You could have won it. 1 chain lightning, game's over right there.
We're under attack!
Hey, Edgar hosted. How's it going, Edgar? See, again, this has all been downtime. Think about all the downtime that we've had so far. So he town portaled away from here. We ran here, cleared the expansion, pushed here, ran away, lost a couple units, ran back here, started creeping this, didn't finish it, even though we could have finished it. and ran back here. Now we're here about a minute or so later, maybe 70 seconds earlier. It's easy to see in the replay, but in the heat of the game is completely different. Absolutely, 100%. But that's also why it's important to go over replays. Absolutely, though. See, and I imagine he might be creeping right now. See, in the meantime, he took a red camp. He could have even taken more. He actually, in the meantime, could have taken this, this, and this. But he, in the meantime, got a red camp. He got Warsong Battle Drums. Now you're expanding, but I think the expansion is a good idea, but I think you could have done it much earlier. Almost as soon as you see an unorthodox strategy from a Night Elf, I think you just expand, unless that strategy is something like an all-in. Like if they're going like Fire Lord, Naga, mass archers, and trying to all-in you, then of course you don't want to expand into that. But if they're going for like an unorthodox strategy that doesn't involve some sort of a tower rush or something, always focus on getting this expansion up early, like 40 supply. I would say it's just a good rule of thumb. Good rule of thumb. It's a ghoul. I think you've also had probably enough time at this point to get tier 3 tech and to get that Bloodlust. As well as maybe even a third hero, Shadowhunter 3rd. Gotta purge that guy away, nicely done. Actually, kind of a winnable fight if you focus on these dryads as much as you can. You're going for the Beastmaster because it seems like a dire fight, which you might actually get with the Stomp. He again has a really nice TP though. Yeah, it can be tough to fight against a Mountain Giant when he's taunting you, but like really, I think in those fights it's important to either do what you did and go immediately for the hero with everything, or just to run past the MG and go for the Dryads. Not really to go for the MG until everything else is kind of dead, if you can avoid it. So that was the right idea there. But without this expansion and without tier 3 tech and the actual proper army to deal with it, you do have grunts, but not quite enough. It's going to be difficult for you to win a fight. Let's see, is he expanding yet? Not quite. But his army is pretty strong. And is he going to go for more Mountain Giants? I'm surprised to see him not go for more Mountain Giants. Now, there's still hope, though. If you can get a tier 3 tech underway and this expansion is safe, which it gets scouted, which is unfortunate, then I would say you still have a decent shot. But you can just see how difficult it is to actually win a fight with these two heroes now, because as soon as you do the wolves, they just get abolished right away. It's hard to get good stomps. It's hard to even get this TC in position against the taunt and the Dryad slow and the Naga slow. And the Chain Lightning, although it can be decent on the heroes, that's pretty much all it's good for. I like this. I like that you pulled the peons perfectly in time. Nice. Now the only thing is to return the lumber. No, you have 1100 lumber. It's fine. But always remember to do that if you can avoid it. Yeah, that's nice. Your expansion. See, that's one thing we've had people mess up is not saturate their expansion right away. Assuming these peons go over here. See, now although your expansion's been scouted, as long as what you should be focused on right now, it looks like you're going to go take a fight, which I would say would be the wrong choice. What you should be focused on now is trying to get up to tier 3 and trying to get like a 70 supply army with double heal scroll and just living, because at this stage in the game, if you take a fight, you're going to lose it. If he pushes your expansion, you're going to lose the expansion. So if he's going to give you time, you should just take all the time you're given. Because you're certainly not in a position to fight or defend. This expansion is almost like a last ditch sort of, how can I come back in this game sort of thing, I would say. You're scouting for his expansion, which is good, but now that you don't see it, I think just going and creeping the red camp that you didn't creep. Oh, he actually crept it. Unfortunate. That you didn't creep earlier would be good. Oh, you got double Warsong Battle Drums. You guys see that? Assuming that he has a town portal, which he actually doesn't. But there is speed scroll, and although you might lose a couple of units, you do have to risk it at this stage. So creeping next to the expansion would not be a bad call. Oh, of course, unless you mean creeping next to this expansion, it'd be fine as well. Again, we just got to take risks at this stage. The peons will go to the gold mine. Yeah, as I said, a lot of, you know, but you're not the only one that has done that tonight, right? You're not the only one. This has happened often tonight, so that's all right. That's all right. But the transfer was good. The transfer was perfectly on time, which is nice to see you doing. Because so often do you see orc players, they build this expansion, and they just queue up 4 peons at it. And like, you have 1100 lumber, you might as well pull the peons from the main base, right? So at least this is a good step one if you do forget to saturate the gold mine. Still very good. See, this is good. Right here, you have a speed scroll, you kill the fairy dragon, now you should just get out of here. You kill the unit, you know that your opponent's on his side of the map, nowhere near your expansion, just buy as much time as you can for what should be a tier 3 tech, and just lots of units coming out. Just buy as much time as you can here. No need to engage into this, you're never going to win this fight. Just run away from him. Yeah, like I said, a very difficult fight, but this game at this stage was very difficult. But let's not forget that when he was in your base earlier, one chain lightning, and the game was yours. So it was a very close game. It was a very close game. GG, well played, as said. Yeah, it was a close game. So there's a few things we can talk about there. So I would say a big thing would be if you're going to play CORSAIR, which you can make work against Night Elf, you can make it work versus every race, but with CORSAIR I would say focus on more all-in strategies, but the big thing with CORSAIR would be to focus on the scouting with him, because remember how long we were in the dark for. We knew it was a Beastmaster, but we didn't know what the tech was, we didn't know if he had an expansion. And against unorthodox strategies of Night Elf, I would say 40 supply Expo would have helped you out a lot. When we see MGs, Tier 3, Bloodlust plus Grunts, I would say would be the right answer. But if we don't see MGs, then you could just go Headhunter, Shaman, Tier 3 tech with Berserkers. And then you could even Tiny Great Hall expand on Tier 3 if you wanted. You don't have to build a slow expansion. You could tech Tier 3 and just get a Tiny Great Hall at Tier 3. And you'll still be stronger than most Night Elves if they don't have an expansion. They go Beastmaster. Because as soon as you have Shamans, you think about it, Beastmaster's not too effective. No worries, Grinchy. Oh, let me allow that. Try to think of it as, do I get an advantage if I creep or attack and the other way around? Does my opponent get an advantage if I creep or attack? Absolutely. That's really good. Because there was some stages where when we should have crept, we attacked. When we should have attacked, we crept. Maybe not when we should have attacked, we crept in this game. But in other games tonight, that's certainly been the case. Because sometimes we don't know what to do, right? So we just attack our opponent's base. That's the most common thing to do when you don't know what you're supposed to be doing in the game. So our default is just to push. Whereas I think a better default mode of thinking, if you're unsure of what to do, would be just to creep. I think that's the better thing. Because often is it just, I'm going to push, and I'm even going to go, we saw BlackPhoenix, I think it was earlier, just sort of attack a farm because he lost the Archmage of his opponent, and he couldn't find him. So he just went and attacked the base. Whereas in that case, I think the better play is just to go creep. If you're going to have a default, just go creep. Especially as orc. But yeah, it's difficult to know when do I creep, when do I fight, when do I run around the map and buy time. It's definitely a main difficulty of orc. Knowing where you should be and when, because time is a crucial resource for orc, because they're very not a timing based race, but they play around power spikes and they leverage advantages off of power spikes in the way of expansion or pushing your opponent's expansion. It's tough. It just comes with time, those sort of things, I would say. Thank you for the submission though. But against Beastmaster, you asked generally what you should do. I think you did most things right. Just get that early expansion up and go tier 3 eventually. And try to play Shadowhunter second. If you want to play Farseer, play Shadowhunter second with the Farseer instead. Any chance you could do a replay where a human wins if that exists? Todd, we did 2 of them earlier. We did 2 of them. How many humans have we seen today? Okay, we've seen 3 humans today. We've seen 3 humans today, and of those 3 replays, the 2 humans won. How about that, Todd? How was your event, by the way? How did it go, Todd? But this next replay will not be a human replay at all. This will be a Night Elf versus Undead. And I'd also recommend, by the way, Holle, to try playing Blade Master against Night Elf. Try playing Blade Master. Try it out. It's a lot of fun. I love it. Okay, so last replay of the day. We're on 4 hours, guys. We're going on 4 hours. This is going to be the longest episode ever. Let's do it, though. Let's do it. And to think I almost did 8 replays instead of 6 today. Jesus. All right. Will be our good friend, Panikrocker. FS Center in every matchup. 3 of 4 matchups. A good friend, Panikrocker, a Night Elf player. He is... What's his MMR? 1500, and he will be going up against an Undead on Tyrannus Stand, and he says, I'd really like to play more Warden versus Undead, but I have no clue how to do it, so I just play her like I would against Human. Apart from protecting her better, there's probably a lot to learn from that replay, is what he said. Warden against Undead on Tyrannus Stand, well, alright, let's see if I can... be of any use for these sorts of games. Now, Warden is something that very few have mastered, and it can be difficult to play, especially against Undead. I won't say that it's difficult to play against Human when Todd's here, but definitely it's difficult to play against Undead. So I'll try my best. Let's see what we can learn from this. I think mixing Warden in with your play against Undead, I will say before, is a very good idea. We see players like Foggy that were most successful against Happy when he was mixing it up quite a bit, doing it on maps like Echo Isles or in the past Tyrannus Stand. Right? So I think it's good as a Night Elf player to mix the strategies up, to be able to play Warden, Keeper, Demon Hunter, Beastmaster, not against Undead, but sure, play Beastmaster. I'm just joking around, guys, alright? Todd's my friend, okay? Todd's my friend! Be nice. So it's a very important thing as a Night Elf player to be able to mix it up and play different styles, so I think it's great to play Warden against Undead. Not 100% of the time, but on the maps where it's strong, which I think Autumn Leaves might even be a map where it's strong. Might be good. So here's the last replay of the night. All right, so here's our Undead opponent, Star Global. In the bottom right, we do have our good friend, Panikrocker. Warden on LR, too, for sure. That's good. All right. And like I said, I'm certainly not an expert with Warden against Undead, or with Night Elf, or with Warden, or in any matchup. But let's see what I can help with here. The big thing with Warden is always the strong creeping. Would love to see a second Ancient War eventually here. And would love to see this Ancient War, because you can get the mercenaries on Terranus Stand, you can get the priest and the berserker, you don't have to prioritize building 5 archers early on. You could be happy with one archer. So you can creep this camp and then immediately move the Ancient War either to this camp or to this camp. So proactive Ancient War movement is very important. I like the Wisp Scout. You should re-scout in the future to see. What should you see? What should you scout again to see? Actually, you should scout twice. Twice for the same thing, but for different reasons. There's a riddle for you. You plan on having Laliat for an interview? It would be depend, because I know Laliat has very good English, but he has said himself, sometimes he understands it fully, but sometimes he has difficulty having conversations or speaking in English, so it would be tough. It would be tough. So you re-scouted, which is good. That might be a touch early. And the reason he's scouting again, you scout for the double zig, that's a good thing to see, for sure. But the most important thing you're scouting to see is there 2 crypts? Is he 2 crypt ghoul rushing you? And then later on, I said you have to re-scout for the same thing, but for a different reason. Later on, you have to scout. It's around the time when your Huntress Hall comes up. You should scout the Undead's base to see if the second crypt is coming up while they're teching, in which case you, of course, know that it will be Gargs. So you can get a Panda. Those are the 2 things you want to use this Wisp for later on, right? Let's see how the Ancient War creeping goes. Not actually too difficult to creep this camp perfectly on TS. Not too difficult. Oh. 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 Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Night Elf players. I'm trying to remember exactly how to do this perfectly, but I believe this Wisp should be on this tree. Then your Ancient War eats this tree, and your Archer should be in between where the Wisp is in the Ancient War, and then you aggro the creeps, and you have a perfect lightning shield. I believe. Oh, wait, no. My mistake. You walk the Ancient War into the creeps. You also walk it into the creeps. So you have that positioning with the Wisp here and the Ancient War and the Archer in between, and the Ancient War eats this tree instead, but then you walk the Ancient War, and your Ancient War is the one aggroing the creeps. I believe that's the proper way to do it. If I'm wrong, just go watch a Laliat replay, and then he'll do it right. But that's how I remember. It's been a while. It's been a while since I played TS. Yeah, just always go watch Laliat replays. He creeps everything perfectly. And it's important to creep everything perfectly when you play Warden, because Warden's all about the experience. Oh, no. Okay. Jesus. That was close. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, this is, oh, nice Shadow Strike. Okay. Yeah, and this is, this is actually one of the easier, let's call it one of the easier difficult Ancient War creeps. This and Amazonia, the Lightning Shield creeps, are actually not that tricky once you figure out the steps to do it. Same with Amazonia, is actually very simple to get a perfect Lightning Shield creep if you practice it a little bit. Yeah, tech a little bit late, that's just because there's a lot of chaos here. And there should be, most likely, a lot of the time, a second Ancient War right here, before the tech. Before the tech. But now, as I said, you can buy the Berserker and the Priest. The Priest could already be purchased, and the Ancient War should be moving straight up. Straight up. But yeah, the creeping makes this extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. But you could just be Shadow Striking the Death Knight right now. I would say just throw... After you heal up and use your Moonwell mana, just throw Shadow Strikes on the Death Knight.
A town is under siege.
Unlucky. If you had bought the Priest with this Wisp, you would have been able to stop that from happening. That's the right idea, though. Just Shadow Strike the Death Knight. No, I love backseat. Yeah, I feel ya, Tactical Warden. I feel ya.
A town is under siege.
All right, so there's been a few errors here, a few errors. So the first very big one was creeping this perfectly, right? Which is easier said than done, of course. Another thing would be, I said to move this Ancient War right away and just instead of building archers to just get mercenaries. And then building, and the cool thing is, if you build the second Ancient War, one of the Ancient Wars can produce archers while the other is moving to the next creep camp. So when this Ancient War finishes, then you can get what will be your second and third archer, and you treat the Priest and the Berserker like your fourth and fifth archer. They're expensive fourth and fifth archers. And then when this Ancient War moves over while you're creeping this camp, maybe you even creep this camp, the Ancient War's over here, and then you can creep either the shop or you can creep the lab next, and you get a very, very clean level 3. But you have to be moving this Ancient War, especially if you're not going to build the second one, because you need to get level 3. And I ask you, how are you going to get level 3 now? And how are you going to get level 3 quickly? Because Laliat would probably already be level 3. If not, he'd be level 3 in maybe about 30 seconds. And he'd be level 3 with full hit points on everything. That's the important thing about Warden.
A player's forces are under attack.
See, now you kind of got to creep a green camp, or it's tricky. Now, this is around the time, although I said earlier once your Huntress Hall comes up, but your tech was a little bit delayed, around the time when the Wisp would go into the base and scout the main, because, look at his tech. If he was going to build a second crypt, he would be building it right now. If he was going to, he'd be building it right now. Now, striking the Death Knight, the right idea, but really would be better if we could be creeping right now. The Priest would also still be good because you'd be able to get rid of these skeletons and slow down his creeping even further. Ah! Unfortunate. Huntress Hall is forgotten about at this point, but it's not the end of the world. Late Hunt Hall is not the worst thing that could happen. Oh, he actually stole your Priest, but he stole it late. So you could have gotten it, but now he has stolen it. But a second one will be off cooldown, if not already, very soon. There's the Huntress Hall. And again, this Ancient War has to be moving. Because what are you going to creep now? What's next? Say he just runs back to his base right now. What if he just goes back and he just sits here? This is a hypothetical. He shouldn't do this, the undead. But what if he did? What are you going to do? You're going to be given all the space in the entire map. Do whatever you want. Whatever you want. You could essentially be against a computer. You do whatever you want. What are you going to be able to do? Well, you're going to be able to creep this. You're going to be able to creep this. You'll be able to creep nothing else. Maybe you'll be able to take this camp. But you can't creep the shop, you can't creep the expansion. This would be the second place this Ancient War would go if you built one here. You can't creep the lab. You can't get level 3. You would have to creep all 3 of these. And even then it would be, yeah, you would get level 3 off those 3, but like you'd have to do a whole circle around the map just to get level 3 at this stage. And that's assuming that he gives you all the space in the whole world. In the whole wide world. Berserker, good. And Priest, okay, good. Yeah, because not having level 3 Warden, you need to get level 3 Warden. Need to get level 3 Warden. Like, this sort of harass would be good, but you imagine right at the same time, these units are Ancient War creeping down here or something, or Ancient War creeping here. All the while, your Warden with staff, and maybe even boots as well, is harassing him. Oh, you can force a TP, though. That's a TP and a half. Yep. Nicely done. But again, you have the whole wide world in your hands, but what can you do with it? You can only creep a green camp. Only creep a green camp. That's why if you watch me cast, every time I see an Ancient War that's like been moving constantly, I always say, I love that. Really good Ancient War movement. Really like it. Because it is a difficult thing to do all the time and to do proactively, which is why players like Laliat are so good. Because he's always doing it. He's always moving the Ancient War. He's always at a new camp to creep. And it's very difficult for Night Elf without Ancient War creeping to take these big camps. Undead can tank with like a Lich or Skeletons. Night Elf, if you go and just face tank a whole mercenary camp, this is going to be all your Moonwell mana used up on your Warden. You have no good way of creeping stuff like this, which is why Ancient War creeping so important, especially with a Warden. Potion Force. Oh, you're going to actually kill the Death Knight. That's a dead boy. Oh, he's got a cloak, though. He's got a cloak, but it's a good rule of thumb on this map and others to keep a Wisp always at the lab. Just as a standard. I think it was actually you, Panic, right? We were talking about having Wisps in standard positions on maps. So, like, for instance, this position is really good because you can bring it into the base and it stays safe and it scouts if he goes for his Merc camp. Another nice position would be maybe to have a Wisp, like, right here to see if he goes across this bridge. And another position maybe would be at the lab. 3 Wisps out on the map at all times. Right? And right now, this would be a Dead Knight. It would be a Dead Knight. Oh, it might still be. Oh, no, one more tick and it would have been dead. See, and definitely sending a Wisp during all of this, or this Archer, for instance, that was reinforcing to a lab right now, would have been the best play. Oh. Oh, he actually got an invuln, too. That's unfortunate for you. He got an invuln. I mean, it was a 2 and 5 that he would have got an item that would save him, but... Still good for you, though. Still pretty good. Macro a little bit late in the meantime, I think.
Town is under siege.
Okay, now the Ancient Ward's moved over. There we go. Good. That's pretty well done. See, now look at this. Wow! You can creep this Warden almost up to level 4 now in the meantime. And you get a nice item, you get more gold. Creeping isn't just for experience at the end of the day, right? It's for everything in the world. Items, gold, opportunity to expand later on. You take away opportunity from your opponent to get high level, maybe a high level 3rd hero, you know? He needs to get a Lich still. He needs to creep his Lich up. Take away opportunity for the Lich. So many things you get from creeping. And the only way to get it as Night Elf is to use this Ancient War wisely. Which is another reason why I really don't like it when I see Night Elves players just lose their Ancient War. They just use it for one camp, and then they move it to another, and they just suicide it. Oh no, you're gonna do the thing! Oh god. Well, I thought you were gonna save it, which is why I was saying that. But yeah, keep it alive. Keep it alive. How might you keep it alive? Well, you can just attack it to one of your units and they'll de-aggro. Or attack it to one of your buildings and it will de-aggro. Oh, God. It's the second time I've done that today. But still good creeping. You're about to do level 4. Now, I mentioned 3 Wisp positions earlier. This one's dead. You have one at the lab still. You'd have one right here. What is this one good for? Well, it can scout. Is he expanding? I believe... Correct me if I'm wrong. You could even just scout right here, and if there's a gold mine up, you'll see Blight. So that's a non-risky way where you don't lose the Wisp, and it also easy to do. But you know, the wisp that you leave up here could just scout right here, or you can even leave a Wisp here, but you don't see the bridge as easily. So something to think about.
Players' forces are under attack.
Look how difficult it is to creep without an Ancient War. Yeah, I think you see Blight. Yeah, that's what I mean. You see Blight. I think that's true on both sides. Now. Okay, so we're level 4. We're going to have level 2 Blink. Now, we could be level 3, level 4 much earlier had we... Like, most Night Elves probably would have crept this camp, this camp, this camp, this camp, this camp, and this camp, and maybe this green as well. by now. They would have crept all of that, and they probably would have done that about a minute earlier than now. So had we done all that, which we got good levels now because you had good creep jacks and you microed well in the fights and you were able to exchange properly and stuff. But assuming all of that, and you have it a little bit earlier, the right play against undead a lot of the time, and what most Night Elves have a lot of success with, is just full lame-o. Full lame-o mode. So a staff and teleportation much earlier, maybe even boots of speed, who knows, but staff most importantly. And you're going to go and you're going to harass him. Later on, like this stage in the game, it might even be decent for you to retrain to fan and to start fan blink harassing the acolytes. But still, with Shadow Strike or fan, harassing the acolytes with staff of teleportation is the best thing to do. And again, this comes into play the Ancient Award movement with the 2 Ancient Awards you should have. You can be creeping with all this in your Ancient Wars while harassing the acolytes all day. That is the main strength of Warden. It's very good in the late game because, you know, level 6 Warden's extremely strong, but you also have the opportunity to do economic harass for pretty much the entire game, and that also gives you a way of getting to level 6 quite easily. And you also have map control in the early game too, because like you've been doing, you've just been able to Shadow Strike the Death Knight and really win map control and trade early on. But yeah, economic harass should be what you're thinking about right now. You've hit level 4. You know, you've crept out an expansion. You're about to have lords. You could pick up a panda even. I think retraining, healing up, getting a staff, going into his base right now, probably the best play. Although it will be a little bit late, but it's always good, though. It's always good. It's never bad to go into his gold mine and kill acolytes, right? Which is why players like Laliat always do it. Okay. Good, 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 good. Buy a staff, though. Get a staff. And also on maps like Terran Stand, getting a Panda second or a Tinker, which is more typical against human, but a Panda second is good because there's just so many creeps. Whereas on smaller maps, Amazonia, Echo Isles, it's less common to get a Panda. But you'll still see it pretty often. Because in the super late game, it can be difficult to only win with a Warden.
Player's forces are under attack.
Against Tri-Hero. Again, this Ancient War that helped you creep this could be right here now, if it hadn't died. Could be right here as well, after that. So you creep this with the Ancient War, then you creep the green, and then by the time you're done creeping the green, the Ancient War is here. It's going to all be done with an Ancient War. Oh, unfortunate. Those creeps will abolish Spirit Link and Rejuvenation and all that stuff. Really nice items in the Warden, though. Are you going to buy a Zeppelin?
A player's forces are under attack.
So again, you don't know about the expansion. Let's just see what your vision is currently. Don't know about the Expo. The Blight, I think, is a bug, but don't actually know. The only time you've really scouted is you scouted that one time in his base, and you haven't actually scouted anything with Wisps since that. What are you buying? What are you buying? Shredder? Okay. Expansion? Nope, that's a bear, not a wisp. And again, economic damage. Economic damage. Staff of Teleportation, killing acolytes, killing acolytes, killing acolytes. That's your main focus. What you can do, you send your Warden into the base with Staff of Teleportation and TP. You send your army over here because the wisp that you were leaving on this side of the map it already scouted his expansion. You send your units here, cancel both Zigs, kill all the acolytes. Your Warden goes into the main base and does what he's already doing. So sick. Yup. Look how good. Yeah, consistently scouting is definitely difficult to do, but I try to point it out often because it is so helpful. It is so helpful.
A player's forces are under attack.
Now, reacting to the information you gain from scouting is another layer of difficulty, and that's something that I certainly don't know everything about, because there's so much to be gained from scouting, but definitely helpful. You killed all 5 acolytes. No town portal, though, so you might get caught out of position a little bit here. But look at this. This is sick. I would have just liked to see you do this much earlier, is all. Look at this. Super sick. Super sick. Does he not? Oh, he doesn't have a TP because he used it earlier. And now you need to be counter-expanding right away. You've seen that he's expanding, so you need to be counter-expanding. Sell this ring by TP and staff, most likely. Yeah, an expansion should definitely be coming up behind this, though. You know you have all the map control in the world to do so. You have Wellspring. Also get Wellspring.
Players' forces are under attack.
Yeah, staff would be very important. Nice rejuve of the invuln, though. That's pretty good. Well done. You're kind of owning him, though. Kind of owning him. Oh, blink. Yeah, nice. Invuln used. Careful, though. Careful. 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 Now, you've killed a lot. You've lost nothing. You're going to lose an Archer and a Dryad, but let's not lose our Warden. If we lose our Warden, we don't have the gold. Okay, rather, we do have the gold to tavern it back. But then he's going to get his Naga back. His expansion saturated again. This is how we can lose the game. Town Portal out right now. Don't lose this Warden. Heal up. Buy a Staff of Teleportation. Counter-expand. And continue the Acolyte Harass until you get level 6 and an expansion up. Town Portal right now. As soon as I unpause, Town Portal. Don't lose the Warden. Thank you. Okay, very good fight. Now heal up by TP Staff Counter Expand. That's what I want to see. Come on. TP Staff Counter Expand. There's the Counter Expand. Clarity, Mana Pot. Oh, where's the shop? Okay, he's got a shop. Good. Wellspring as well. Yeah, just sell the ring, for sure. I mean, it's a nice item to have as like a luxury, but I wouldn't say it's crucial to keep or anything.
Players' forces are under attack.
Oh, no need to... Oh, you're going for a bear break, which is why you don't have a lot of gold. But I don't think these 2 bears are even essential. You kind of just owned him in the fight. You don't need those bears. You're counter-expanding, but you've already broken upkeep. Like, notice if you go over here right now, you're going to kill all these acolytes, because you can just blink over this, and you can do this all day. All day. And what can your army do? Well, because you have a Staff of Teleportation, your army can stay here and protect the expansion from not being cancelled. Meanwhile, your Warden is harassing until level 6.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, every knife was obsessed with bear break, yeah. See, I would say it's even a mistake, although you could win a fight right now, I'd say it's a mistake to just not leave your army right here and just continue harassing. And then you're going to get level 6 off Acolytes, you're going to kill all 4 here, you're going to go into the main base and kill all 4. You might be out of mana, but let's say you're not. Then you just summon the ultimate and his main base is dead. What's a bear break? Well, a bear break is typically when you don't counter expand against either a human or an undead player, and you just get up to bears very fast and then try to break their expansion with bears at tier 3. So you instead play the tech advantage instead of trying to play the economic game.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, sell this ring. Get staff TP or staff mana pot. All right, this is good. Yeah. But the army's not going to get much done here unless you're actually looking to take a fight. See, and I fear your expansion might get canceled now. Alright, good. Oh, that hurts. Kill it. Yeah, now your expansion gets canceled. Would your expansion get canceled if this... Look at what your army's doing, right? Perfect. Beautiful. You're not going to be able to do anything with it. You could maybe kill his expansion, but notice if your army was just right here. What if it was just right here the whole time? The Warden would still do the same exact thing, only with a Staff of Teleportation. Then you staff back to your army. Is he really going to run past 5 bears to cancel the expansion? No way! No way. Thank you, I never came. Level 6. And if you had mana, the ultimate here would be huge. But you're still in a game-winning position right now, definitely. Town portal, good. Invuln maybe even. Sell that ring of regen.
Players' forces are under attack.
TP now counter. It's the same. That's the funny thing about this stage of the game. You're in such a commanding position with the Warden harass that same play. Buy a staff, get mana, counter expand, keep your army right here, go up with the Warden, and what do you know? There's 5 more acolytes that you're about to kill. Only this time you have the ultimate. Same idea. Same idea. Do it all over again. You could expand here if that's what you're thinking about doing, because you're getting Nature's Blessing as well. You're going to wait for this, but still, it's 5 minutes? 5 minutes until this gold mine's out, so it's quite a while. Staff of Teleportation. See, and now he's got a Zeppelin. He's mining off 2 bases. He's getting a little bit of time. See, again, I keep comparing you to Laliat, which isn't fair, but I'm going to keep doing it. Laliat would have already, after forcing the TP here, would have already been back and killed all 5 acolytes, and maybe already been towards the main base. Already. And you would have already been building that other expansion again. But it's little things. It's not like it's too difficult, maybe, like mechanically at least. Maybe it's not too difficult mechanically, let's say, but yeah, you are giving him a lot of time now. Giving him a lot of time. It might get to the point where he's able to get like 3-4 destroyers, and maybe even, imagine if he has 3-4 destroyers, he's going to be able to win a fight. But you still have your ultimate, and you're still going to be able to kill all the acolytes. God, this looks fun, though. I gotta tell you guys, this looks real fun. This is why I play Warden against Undead, too. Oh, yeah. No need to really fight here, I would say. No need to fight. You can just TP away. This expansion's totally shut down. Oh, no. Uh-oh, 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 no! Oh, Jesus. Again, I think the right play here, leave army next to where your counter expansion would be. It could be here too, right? Your counter expansion could be here because you're waiting for this gold mine to run out before you walk the tree over. But still, just wait the army. Staff, TP, kill all the acolytes, and just staff away. And then heal up. Wait for the staff cooldown. Do it in the main base, or do it at the expansion again. And just do that until you get your counter expansion. Just play it patiently, but faster, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah, this is probably a painful one. I can understand. I can understand this one being quite painful.
A player's force.
Okay, Warden's back. Oh, you did expand, by the way. My mistake. Then there was no real need to commit to that fight then. You killed all 5 acolytes, you had an expansion up. There's even less of a reason for you to actually fight there. He's got a Nova and a sack. You have gold for a potion? Alright, you got gold for a potion. Oh no, fan of knives! Oh god. Oh no. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. A nice game though. Nice game. I appreciate that submission. I appreciate that. That was nice. Okay. Alright. So I would say the first things first, AOW creeping practice. Actually, the first thing I'm going to put on this list is watch Laliat's AOWs. Download a Laliat replay on Terran Stand and watch how he moves his Ancient of Wars. And then AOW creep in practice, what I mean by that is the initial camp, right? The initial Lightning Shield creep. And then from there, how you move your Ancient of Wars. What is the second camp my Ancient War is going to go to after the Merc camp? The Ancient War that I put at the shop. 1, when do I build it? And 2, what is the next camp it moves to? It moves to the expansion. After that, where does it move? And just constantly leapfrogging the Ancient Wars. When do you build archers with one of them? Okay, maybe I can fit 1 archer into this Ancient War before. These are the details you should work out. You should almost do this as though you're playing against a computer, because literally you're just going to be creeping for the first 5 minutes of the game. Get level 4 and immediate economic harass. So earlier eco harass. And get staff of teleportation. Yeah, for sure. I think this is a great thing to attempt to play. This is something that, like, honestly, even some really good Night Elf players, like, you know, top level Night Elf players don't even attempt to play Warden. Like Colorful doesn't play Warden. Doesn't play Warden. Crazy as that. It's something that you should definitely try to do, and it's great that you are, you know, try Warden. Staff teleportation, early economy harass, Ancient War creeping practice, watch Laliat's Ancient Wars. Wisp positioning for the scouting, and remember, you could have killed the Death Knight in the early game had you had that Wisp at the lab, which you should always have a Wisp at that lab in every matchup, let's just say, especially with Cloak of Shadows being so strong nowadays, and it being a drop that's possible from most of the... You're pretty much, I mean, you're either going to get it from the Merc camp or that green camp early on. So again, there's a 2 in 4 chance, 50% of them having a cloak. Warden is a hero that focuses other heroes. If they have cloak, they can hide to avoid the hero focus. If you have a Wisp at the lab, you avoid that possibility. Every matchup, I think. Every matchup have a Wisp there. What else? Usage of army during RAS. And by that I mean, do you, when you're going for the economic harass with the Fan of Knives, do you use your army to attack the expansion? Do you harass the expansion and Zeppelin drop the main base with your army? Or do you, like I was suggesting, just camp your army at the expansion you're trying to build and go harass with the Warden so that you're able to staff back to the army and the army defends the expansion from being canceled? Thinking of how should I use my army. You don't have to use it to actually attack anything. You could just camp it somewhere. Just sit it in your base. You see this very often. People just leave their army in their main base or at their expansion while their Warden harasses. I think those are the main things. But, yeah. Love me some Warden. Love me some Warden. And, like, the Ancient War movement stuff seems really complicated, as does positioning Wisps in all the perfect spots and when to scout with those Wisps that you position. Like, when do I scout for the second crypt if it's Gargs? When do I scout with my Wisp at the bridge when they're expanding? When do I do these things? Well, the answer to that is if you just do them enough, they're going to be muscle memory eventually. The moving of your Ancient War to the next camp is going to be muscle memory. The Lightning Shield creep at the Merc camp initially will be muscle memory with enough reps. And Warden is extremely good. Look how good the Warden was that game. There was just one tiny mistake where you lost your Warden. Whoopsies, that happens. Other than that, you were owning him. Totally owned him. Look how fun that looked. That's more than enough reasons to play Warden. That was sick. Alright, guys. Well, That was the longest episode ever. Yanji's in Staying with Warden. Yeah, for sure. Are there any questions before I go? Because I've been talking for 4.5 hours straight. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Next week will be human. And as I said earlier, I'm going to try to do pally rifles for human. If I can find the replays, I'll have to message Thorzane. And I'll also have to try to find those Chemiko replays as well. I'll try to do that. Can you start over? Yeah, let's go back to replay 1. The replay of yours? Well, I had the BlackPhoenix replay, right? And I also, there was a bunch of replays where you were an observer. I think in the Grinchy replay, the Nemoc replay, the GermanGandalf replay, you were observing, Jack, in all of those. Is Warden the answer for Happy? I think it is one of them, which is why I'm disappointed that Foggy only plays that Keeper DH Mass Dryad style nowadays with the early expansion at Tier 1. I'm disappointed that Foggy only does that, even though I think that's the best style, because I think Foggy should try different things against Happy, notably the Warden mass hit and run style that he's been successful with in the past. I think that's a main weakness, maybe not a weakness of Happy, but like just a weakness of Undead that he should take advantage of. How do pro players always know where their opponents are creeping? Well, one, if you're a Night Elf player because of wisps. I've mentioned a lot about scouting today. With Undead, I said beetles and skeletons. With Orc, I was talking about the wolf scouting. With Night Elf, I was talking about wisps. Very much they're scouting, and they're not always scouting and finding. This is why it gets a bit confusing. They're not always directly seeing their opponent's army creeping a camp. Oh, he's creeping the shop, so I know he's at the shop. No, they're scouting like, oh, I scouted their green camp and their expansion. Therefore, the only other camp they were close enough by to be creeping and that they have the units currently to be creeping is the shop. Or something like that. It's by scouting just creep camps in general that they might be at, that by ruling out certain creep camps, you'll know where your opponent is. It's partly that, partly actually seeing where your opponent's creeping, and partly just sort of knowing what their creep routes are. Is Potom 2 Ancient War Rush viable? Go watch episode 22, which I recorded last week. It's on YouTube. That was purely on Potom in Night Elf Mirror. 100% on Potom. Yeah, and Ultravision's also very good, with wisps as well. Do you have a mustache comb? I actually don't. I was thinking about shaving it soon. What do you guys think about that? Would you guys still accept me if I shave a mustache? I forget what I look like. It's been like years. It's been like 2 years now since I was clean shaven. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to shave it, cut the hair, see what it look like. See what it look like. You'll accept me? Okay. You guys are going to, it's just going to happen one day though. You know, it'll just happen. It'll just happen. Throw out the stubble for losing the stash. Might be a decent idea. 0x7's from me, champ. Bleach it blonde. All right. Well, of course, shout out to the sponsor, CORSAIR. Appreciate you very much. Here, let me bring up their logo. Boo, 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 boo. Here. Shout out. Woo! Thank you, CORSAIR. Exclamation point CORSAIR in the chat. I'll do it right now. Look at that. You can use the coupon code Back to Warcraft for 10% off at checkout, guys. They also have 40% off the weekly deals sometimes, and you can use the coupon code on top of that. That's 50%. That's 50%, guys. They have really nice stuff. They have keyboards, they have mice, they have headsets. They have lights, which I'm using. They have green screens, which I'm using. They have microphones, not using one of their mics, but they do have microphones that are very nice as well. They have stream decks, which I use these. I push all the buttons, and it like... I push the buttons, a little bit dusty, I will admit. I push the buttons, and it moves the scene. Like, look, I'll press the button. Woo! Woo! They have these. They have these. They sell those, which is very dope. They have a lot of stuff. They have computer parts. They have RAM. They have heat sinks. I used to have one of their heat sinks on my old computer. It was beautiful. This new computer overheats all the time. I need to get a new one. Shout out to them. Exclamation point CORSAIR. Go check them out. Appreciate you. And of course, shout out to our patrons, which we had 2 of their replays today. And of course, if you are a patron, you can submit a replay, and I'll give you priority when we have these episodes once a month. We did Grinchy and Nemoc's replays, which are patrons. So I appreciate you guys. And of course, the 500 euro Golden Goat patron, Knubby Quakes, my main man, appreciate you. The 50 euro Midas tier patrons, we have Toxie, Grinchy, and Padroot save Orca's Scription, and Teggy in the 25 euro profit tier. We have Burning Blades, who's a new one. Shout out to you, Burning Blades. We got Dondalare and J Gats. 1, 2, 3. Thank you oh so much, guys. Appreciate you. And appreciate you guys watching. It was a long episode. Whoever stuck in there with me. You know, it was a lot of just, I don't know, but here's what I think. Sort of episodes, you know. But next week we'll be into the more structured stuff. I'll try to study and figure something out. Yeah, it's a Stream Deck. It's an Elgato Stream Deck. Elgato is a subsidiary of Corsair. Baron, what the hell, dude? All right, guys, that's it. What's the next stream? I think we got Ted Cup, right? Yeah, it's Ted Cup Day 3. Remo Demo will be back in pretty soon. He'll be back in 11 hours with Ted Cup. 10 and a half hours with Ted Cup. So if you're up then, come check it out. If not, I'll see you guys on the weekend. Have a good night. Peace out.